is India's resilience amidst global turmoil. Before we begin the proceedings, let's take a look at our alma mater of the O.P. Jindal Global University.
O.P. Jindal Global University was founded in 2009 as a non-profit, multidisciplinary and research-oriented university. JGU was established as a philanthropic initiative by its founding chancellor, Mr. Naveen Jindal, in the memory of his father, Shri O.P. Jindal. Mr. Naveen Jindal made a commitment towards building a world-class university in India as a not-for-profit mission, ensuring academic freedom, intellectual autonomy, and independent vision. Beginning modestly with one school, 10 faculty members, and 100 students in 2009, JGU has made rapid, unprecedented strides in institution building, while delivering high-quality, multidisciplinary education. Today, JGU is home to 12 interdisciplinary schools, more than 9,000 students, with nearly 1,000 full-time faculty members. JGU has a phenomenal and unparalleled faculty ratio of 1:9. Schools at O.P. Jindal Global University cover a wide range of humanities, public policy, journalism, banking, arts, law, psychology, and liberal studies. The university also houses 3 research and capacity building institutes: the Jindal Institute of Leadership Development and Executive Education, the Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences, and the International Institute for Higher Education Research and Capacity Building. Given its research-intensive priorities, JGU has more than 60 interdisciplinary centers to empower and sustain a robust culture of academic inquiry for faculty members and students. JGU leads in global rankings of research outputs thanks to its outstanding faculty members and researchers who've collectively produced 5,000 publications and counting. Since its inception, JGU has laid strong emphasis on creating a world-class university that provides global education with interdisciplinarity across schools and programs. The vision of global education is implemented through recruiting exceptionally talented faculty members who are gifted with the pedagogy of a wide array of interdisciplinary courses and the determination to foster a global learning environment. This is supported by JGU's world-class educational infrastructure and resources that are at par with globally recognized standards. The university classrooms, equipment, pedagogy, and overall academic culture conforms to the cutting-edge modernizations in technology and developments in global learning environments for the benefit of our students. Since 2009, JGU has emerged as an institution that is now home to full-time faculty members from over 40 countries, students from over 20 countries, a bastion of collaborations with over 350 leading institutions in more than 65 countries, with over 200 faculty and student exchange programs to rejuvenate the spirit of global research and academic vigor in the Indian higher education system. Our internationally qualified faculty members were trained at some of the finest institutions in India and across the world, where they were chartered with a unique wealth of knowledge and experience. To further promote the spirit of creating open, unhindered, and unconstrained spaces for research and debate, the university has established a tradition of hosting scholars, practitioners, activists, artists, and policymakers from wide-ranging academic fields, harmonizing diverse and independent voices on historic issues of local, regional, national, and global significance. The university's moot court sessions endow students with the instruments to harness their skills in mooting and advocacy. Moot court competitions hosted at the university campus have witnessed the congress of young minds from across India and many nations to engage in incisive debates. After an intellectually strenuous day, students can make their way to sports grounds, replete with amenities, including an Olympic model 8-lane swimming pool, badminton courts, table tennis centre, cricket ground and practice pitches, lawn tennis courts, football grounds, volleyball grounds, basketball courts, recreational and fitness centres, a well-resourced gymnasium, and a multi-purpose sports arena. Keeping in mind that sports and fitness activities are integral means of individual empowerment, students have the opportunity to sport under the guidance of highly qualified and experienced coaches. JGU also houses a performing arts academy which serves the purpose of a performing arts theatre, a movie theatre, and a state-of-the-art conference hall. JGU's Global Library has a collection of over 60,000 print volumes and a globally exhaustive corpus of electronic resources. The print collection includes books, monographs, research reports, law reports, back volumes of periodicals, and much more. For students who prefer cerebral alternatives, there are ample opportunities for intramural and extramural engagement, including debates, reading groups, book clubs, quizzes, music, and the creative arts to select from. The specially designed Agora, colloquially called Adda, is also a seat of activity, like theatre performances, dance performances, and other cultural events. The university operates a health centre that helps students, faculty, and staff to achieve and maintain healthy lives and mental wellness by providing the best primary medical care. JGU has been ranked as India's #1 private university by the QS World University Rankings 2023 for the third consecutive year. It has been selected as an institution of eminence by the Ministry of Human Resources of the Government of India. For the first time in its institutional history, JGU has been ranked among the world's best universities in the 2022 edition of the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings, which measure success of global universities in delivering the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. JGU's Jindal Global Law School ranked as India's #1 law school and the world's 70th ranked law school by QS World University Subject Rankings 2022. Also won Digital Innovation of the Year at the Times Higher Education Asia Awards. World's top 500 universities in the QS Graduate Employability Rankings of 2022. The COVID-19 pandemic disrupted education, learning, and knowledge systems globally. JGU and its highly determined staff and faculty proved to be resilient in finding innovative and technologically driven solutions to drive continuous teaching and learning. During the pandemic, we faced monumental challenges, which cast an air of uncertainty. However, it did not deter us from persevering in our commitment to leave no stone unturned to ensure that our students had the best access to uninterrupted world-class education. With the rapid changes in the external environment around us, it became inevitable for us to adopt digitization and reconstruct the physical infrastructure on campus to reinforce our creativity, sustain a vibrant research ecosystem, and preserve our academic excellence, while fostering a sense of belonging, empathy, solidarity, and togetherness. Today, as we return to a resuscitated, reoxygenated environment, we commit ourselves to our mission and vision like never before. We have always adhered to our founding principles of building an institution of global recognition to promote landmark standards of excellence in every aspect of the lives and experiences of student, faculty, and staff. We will strive to provide the best of learning to our prodigious students and ensure that they have a holistic experience at JGU. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. May you have a great year ahead.
Here's to the ones that we got. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones here today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back you. There's a time that I remember when I did not know no pain. When I believe in forever, everything will stay the same. Now my heart feel like December. Somebody say your name. 'Cause I can't reach out and call you, but I know I will one day. Everybody hurts sometimes, everybody hurts someday. Everything will be alright. Go and raise your glass and say, here's to the ones that we got there. Cheers to the wish you were here, but you're not. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories of everything we've been through. Toast to the ones in today. Toast to the ones that we lost on the way. 'Cause the drinks bring back all the memories. And the memories bring back you. Memories bring back you.
That was a very emotional and very, very nice video. I hope you all liked it. After looking at our magnificent campus and our life at JGU, let's officially begin the 5th edition of the Global Finance Conclave. May we request Professor Meenakshi Rishi, Dr. Amarjeet Chopra, Professor Dayanand Pandey, and Professor Alok Pandey to join us on the stage. Let's have a huge round of applause for our honorable dignitaries. The Global Finance Conclave is a platform for thought leaders, researchers, and practitioners to discuss contemporary issues and problems and engage with diverse viewpoints and understand trends and innovations in the areas of accounting, banking, capital markets, and entrepreneurship. I would like to call Anusha Guha to take over.
Thank you, Rajivi. We now introduce to you the convener of the conclave, Professor Alok Pandey, who is a professor and vice dean at Jindal School of Banking and Finance at OP Jindal Global University. He is an expert in finance and financial markets. He is a board-level professional with experience in industry, institutions of Government of India, and top-ranked business schools. Apart from his current academic position at OP Jindal Global University, he is an independent director at CSC E-Governance India Limited, chairperson of the Index Advisory Committee at Multi-Commodity Exchange of India, and a faculty of Management Studies and Research at Aligarh Muslim University. He has published several articles, books, and has guided masters and PhD scholars for research work on financial markets, sustainability, and corporate governance in his career of over 25 years. We now request Professor Alok Pandey, convener of the conclave, to briefly explain to the audience the purpose of this conclave.
Thank you, Anusha. First of all, thank you, we have our guests, Dr. Meenakshi Rishi, who has flown from Seattle here. Dr. Amarjit Chopra, who has taken pains, time out of his very busy schedule. My colleagues who are here for being here in large numbers. First point is that we've had this conclave for last 5 years. This is the 5th occasion we are organizing it, and we've been trying to change the framework of the conclave every year. What we have done this year is to add industry speakers. Probably next year we'll have a research conclave, which will be organized with the focus of research in some specific areas we do. Some of the points, we just saw a video on OP Jindal Global University. For the guests here, the students already know it. We are now close to what? There's 8 months old video, but since there was no other video present, I thought that it'll be good for the students to know the university and the guests. So we are now close to what? 12,000 students, and we have close to what? 1,200 faculty members here on the campus. The rest of it, I think there are 2 more buildings which you couldn't see on the video, right? That will show the guests once they are onto the campus. So coming back to the idea of this conclave, you are going to have 2 days of the conclave. One is today, which is after the inaugural session of 2 hours. You have 2 more sessions, 2 to 4. That will be about banking and financial services. That will be about infrastructure services. The other sessions tomorrow, we'll have 1 session on global financial markets, 1 session on Indian capital markets, 1 on entrepreneurship, 1 on internal audit and corporate governance, and finally, we'll have India's trade policy negotiator, Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, talking about his idea of India's resilience. When we talked about this conference some time ago, I had built a small note, which basically has been circulated to you, but I'll read out some part of it for your benefit here, which will make you interested. What we have done, we've also asked faculty members, those who have some courses related to this conclave, they can ask the students to write a report on it, and you may get some additional class participation marks on submission of those reports. So, a brief idea as to what we are going to do next 2 days here. So I'll read out the background note for your benefit, and you please read it again. So India in 2024, 76 years after its independence from the colonial rule, is the 4th largest economy in the world. It is poised to become the third largest economy in the world by 2027, despite strong negative headwinds. A technology-oriented economy and a software services hub to the world, it wishes to become an automobile and electronics manufacturing hub soon. With over 900 million mobile internet connections, the electronic payment revolution through the unified payment interface has given a strong fillip to trade and commerce, especially the e-commerce sector in this most populous nation of the world. A massive push towards electronic governance, aided by strong investments in the digital public infrastructure, has led to lower corruption levels in public service delivery. Investments in DPI is helping build a strong foundation for rapid economic growth, and a silent techno-economic revolution is underway. India has made significant strides in the areas of telecom, digital infrastructure, artificial intelligence, and cloud computing. India also is in the process of developing its regulatory framework and data privacy regulations. India at 76 is driven by startups and innovation, and no longer by conventional business models based on frugal innovation, which we call Jugaad. The growth rate of India's GDP is expected to be amongst the highest in the world, as per the recent estimates from the International Monetary Fund. Amidst the ongoing global recession, the PMI for both services and manufacturing are showing good growth, and the tax collection is buoyant. Both direct and indirect tax collections are at an all-time high, aided by a rapidly widening tax base. The interest rate regime is stable, with a long monetary policy pause, aided by reasonably controlled inflation levels. The non-performing assets of the banks are at their historic low, with a strong credit growth across all segments. The insurance sectors and the pension fund reforms have also had a positive impact, and the coverage under both is rising steadily. The real estate sector has also shown strong growth in the last 2 years. But despite the fact we have had some distressing signals. In fact, another big thing which you have heard is the capital markets. The capital markets are doing very well. They've crossed the psychological barrier of 70,000 in 2023. NSE is trading about 20,000 index levels. You have the market cap of NSE over 4 trillion now, and with some of the best financial institutions in the world and the regulatory infrastructure, which is one of the best in the world, we have added more investors in the market. You have currently over 140 million demat accounts and over 160 million mutual fund folios in this country. And the total asset management under management in mutual funds is now over 40 trillion rupees. But the distressing signs are there. We have close to 800 million Indians which are being given free rations as per a recent announcement by the union government. We have the lowest savings rate in several decades. Some experts believe that the decades of services-led economic growth has led to income inequalities and unemployment, especially across some of the most populous states in northern India. The manufacturing and agriculture sector needs massive dose of reforms, and participation of women in labor force needs significant improvement. The migration from rural to urban areas and unplanned urbanization has led to tremendous stress on urban infrastructure and municipal bodies. And with one of the lowest enrollment ratios in the world, our education system also needs a fix. So, from the positives to some of the negatives, we are going to discuss them all. I'm very happy that we have Professor Meenakshi Rishi, who talks about inequality, gender economics, gender participation, labor force participation, and several issues. And she also is an active theatre activist. So she has an understanding of the softer sides as well as the hardcore economic side. I'm also happy to have Dr. Amarjit Chopra, who has not just been the president of ICAI, he has been the chairman of NACAS, accounting standards body. He's been part of National Financial Reporting Authority. He sits on the board of MDI Gurgaon as a director on the board of governors. And he has got that massive experience which connects governance with development in this particular country. So we hope that in next 2 days, you're also going to hear several people who are part of digital public infrastructure space, the part of the capital market space, those who are part of entrepreneurial education space. So all of these together, we'll have a fairly good 2 days. So as we go forward with our conference, I can also inform you that by tomorrow, we'll be inaugurating our finance lab in the campus. What we are planning to do is, you will get a data feed from National Stock Exchange with a 5-minute delay, with some virtual money. You can trade on your own. And the teachers who are teaching, I think Dr. Kanchan is teaching that course, and I'll be with you when you start the class. We'll ensure that you have a free hand in terms of learning resources in this university. If you need something else, some people have talked about Bloomberg, and I have spoken to Dean. I thank our Dean, Professor D.N. Pandey, for this, that the Bloomberg and Thomson Reuters, both, he has agreed to it. I've already written primarily to the library, and probably if you need something else, we can get it to you here. We basically want to build the school as a global finance school. We now have partnership with ACCA. We have identified CFA as another partner. You have several international programs where you can go to for on semester exchange, dual degree, and other programs. There are 2 summer schools which are coming up. So in order to build up this school, we thought that let us give you this idea of how India stands today, and you have some very strong research focus and practical focus in this particular 2-day conclave, which will help you in your future education as well as your career abroad. So I welcome once again my guests and other guests who will come, and of course my colleagues who are here and all the students, and I hope your active participation will help us plan more such events in future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving an insight about this 2-day conclave. We now introduce the chair of the conclave, Professor Dayanand Pandey. He is Professor and Dean at Jindal School of Banking and Finance. He is a graduate in economics from St. Xavier's College, postgraduate in business economics from University of Delhi, and PhD in enterprise risk management from Agra University. Prior to joining JGU, he has had a wealth of experience by being in the director at Jaipur Institute of Management, Dean Undergraduate Programs at IMT Dubai, Chairman Global MBA Program at IMT Ghaziabad, Head of Center of Innovation and Excellence at Middlesex University Dubai, Regional Head of Risk Management and Training at Bank Melai Iran, and in addition to this, he has held many roles. With this, I would like to request our respected Dean, Professor Dayanand Pandey, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning and namaskar to everyone. So please give a big round of applause for all of you who are in the GFC conference today. This conclave is primarily meant for all of you only. We always organize such conclaves and conferences primarily for the students to get benefit of the experts who come here and deliver their lectures, the seminar, the research output to all of you. I hope in coming 2 days you will enjoy the output and the speeches of various speakers from different parts of the world. It's my privilege and honor to welcome the distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Meenakshi Rishi from Seattle University, guest of honor, Dr. Amarjit Chopra, distinguished deans in the audience, vice deans, faculty and staff members of JGU, my dear students and ladies and gentlemen. Global Finance Conclave 24 is an annual flagship program of JSBF, and this year the theme is India's resilience amidst global turmoil. GSBF, as all of you know, is a relatively new school established in 2018, and last 5-6 years the school has done quite well in terms of attracting the high quality students and the faculty. The school as of now offers 4 UG program, 1 PG program and a PhD program. GFC is a forum for thought leaders from industry, from public service and academia who could delve upon issues and innovations in the economy, banking, financial services, capital markets, along with issues related to sustainability, environment, audit, and corporate governance. Apart from the inaugural session, this year Conclave has got 7 more sessions, and these sessions focus on topics like innovations in BFSI, building digital public infrastructure, building entrepreneurship skill through education. Apart from that, we have got student participation in the form of quiz and posters competition. There have been a serious setback on the economy due to several unexpected global events, which all of you are aware, like COVID-19, followed by Russia-Ukraine war, conflict in Gaza, Iran, and deteriorating geopolitical environment leading to loss of human life, supply chain disruptions, rising inflation, interest rates, and public debt. The downturn in growth is so widespread that it has huge social and economic cost. In this turbulent time, India has emerged as the brightest spot. India is celebrating great success on digital revolution, a strong forex reserve, booming foreign direct investment, controlled inflation, fastest reduction in absolute poverty, a stable government, 5th largest economy, 4th biggest equity market in the world, and the emboldened startup ecosystem, and many more. These have actually added glory to the Indian optimism. Glaring achievements of India in the last decade is described as the Indian century by many experts, but there are plethora of issues ranging from low per capita real income to high unemployment, rising inequality, higher fiscal deficit, and lower ranks on Human Development Index. Apart from that, we have got some intensified political and social distress in the economy, and particularly in times of elections that requires introspection and deliberations. The risks are very high when things go very well for any system. So it is true for India as well. It is in a very short span of vibrant democracy, India has emerged as a star in making. We wish the golden run to continue. Our distinguished speakers in all 8 sessions of GFC will deliberate on various aspects of resilience and the challenges. The audience will have a great takeaway on knowledge and perspectives on various issues and themes. I would like to compliment the conference head, Professor Alok Pandey, and the entire GFC team, particularly our student volunteers, for their hard work. I wish the conclave a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking opening remarks, which has set a perfect platform for opening of the conclave. Now we introduce our chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Meenakshi Rishi. Dr. Meenakshi Rishi is a professor of Economics at the Seattle University. She also holds the Eva Albers Professorship at the Albers School of Business and Economics at Seattle University. She has taught previously at the College of Business Administration, Ohio Northern University. She earned her PhD from the Departments of Economics at University of Massachusetts. Dr. Rishi is a member of the American Economic Association and the Committee on the Status of Women in the Economic Profession. She is a Fulbright Specialist and the Executive Director, Association of Indian Economic and Financial Studies. Dr. Rishi teaches courses in macroeconomics, international political economy, and economic development. She has been instrumental in designing Seattle University's International Economic Development Curriculum and has been a strong advocate for student-faculty research, having served as the university's coordinator for undergraduate research. She has also served as the director of the International Development Internship Program. Dr. Rishi's research has examined a variety of issues for emerging economies, capital flows, and the Indian economy, among others. She's currently working on the linkages between trade and financial openness and economic growth, and in addition to this, investigating whether development aid can be used to reduce carbon emissions in emerging nations. She has also published more than 25 journal articles, which some of them include Journal of Development Studies and International Review of Financial Analysis. In addition to this, she's also on the board of Pratham USA, Pratidhwani, and Infinity Box Theatre. I request Dr. Meenakshi Rishi to kindly address the keynote speech.
With due respect to Professor Meenakshi Rishi, one small correction. Academics is all about, errata. When we write an article, there's some mistake somewhere. At the end of it, we write in the footnote. So she is Howard J. Bosanko Chair Professor. So probably the error may be corrected for the audience. She is Howard J. Bosanko Endowed Chair Professor at Albers School of Economics, Business and Economics at Seattle University. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me? All right, how's everyone doing? That doesn't sound like you're doing well. I can't hear any one of you. Are you guys doing well? Okay, even the ones who are half asleep? Have you guys woken up? Okay, all right, that CV of mine impressed even me. I just had no clue that all of this has been done. But in the spirit of the Global Financial Conclave, I would first start by saying what better testament to India's educational system's resilience than to look at someone like me who left India at the age of 22 to pursue her PhD, has lived more of her life in the United States than in India, but continues to come back to India and continues to work on India. So I think that is a testament to the resilience of India's educational structure. So you people, I see more students in the audience than faculty members. Am I right? Am I right? Hashtag? Okay, good. So I think that for me represents hope, and I think I'll try to stay a little bit distant from it. Represents hope, and the reason why I keep coming back is to engage with younger minds such as yourself, to ensure that we're on a growth path ahead. And so I don't know whether there'll be time for Q&A, but if there's anything that comes up during my talk, which is controversial or something that you would like to talk a little more about, please feel free to talk either after the session or during the session. I believe there is some time for Q&A. I would first like to thank there are two Pandes, so Dean Pandey and Alok Pandey ji for inviting me here. It was a long flight from Seattle, about 22 hours of flight time, but I'm here. I literally landed yesterday, so if I sound incoherent upon occasion, just blame the airlines, okay? So I would like to thank them, and I would like to thank the whole army of dedicated individuals that have worked to make this work for me. Siddharth and Shubhi and everybody's the hospitality has been amazing. I wish I could say that we in the United States can reciprocate this level of hospitality. Sadly, no. All right, okay, so the title of this conference is, or this keynote is about India's resilience amidst the turmoil, the global economic turmoil. India definitely has a lot to be proud of, and Dr. Pandey, I think that was your note, the concept note, is just impeccable. Everything that I wanted to talk about has already been said, but since you invited me, I have to say some more. So I'm going to just do a little delta, marginal addition. Okay, India has enviable GDP growth. There's been unprecedented, financial inclusion for many, as will turn out. There's direct welfare payments. The graft has been cut out, and we find that global growth, which is supposed to be slowing down, although we don't see too many signs of it, other than in maybe Europe and not in the United States as much. But it's supposed to, according to the IMF estimate, supposed to slow down to 2.4% in 2024. But despite this, India stands out like a beacon of hope for investors. In fact, Mumbai has more billionaires than any city after New York and London. I'm glad you're clapping. New Delhi ranks as number 9. This is a listing of 57 countries. Delhi ranks as number 9, and the swelling ranks of the super rich are, testament to India's economic expansion, but they also do point to a widening income inequality. So there's always a plus and a minus, at least in the world's fastest growing economy. What is more exciting for me is that over the past 5 years, India's share of the global value of patents issued, has risen from mere 0.1% to 0.3%. That's a really large growth. Patent filing requirements were simplified, and that's where the growth engine, I feel, innovation, is where India is going to be excelling at. I work on India-related issues even in the United States, and I have a friend who calls this new dimension of India's economic growth the Hind model. And the Hind model stands, of course, for H for the Hindutva platform, I for infrastructure focused, N for national pride, national identity, and delivery, D for delivery. Delivery, democracy, good governance indicators such as cutting out graft, cutting out corruption. There's, of course, a lot of regional variation, but that's sort of the Hind model. Okay, so I'm hearing some feedback. I don't know whether it's me who's talking or is there someone else. All right, let's go on to, I think this is going to, you're all aware of the vision for Amrit Kal, which is the vision of 25-year roadmap for India's progress. And these are, the indicators that have been promised to us. We're going to be the second largest, India's going to be the second largest economy. I keep saying we're going to be, though I don't know whether I'm in that odd status of intersectionality where I don't know whether I'm Indian or American. But I just say we because I take that as a matter of pride. So we're going to be, growing fast, 32 trillion, second largest economy. Per capita income, which I think Dean Pandey, you alluded to lower per capita income, is supposed to grow 10 times. GDP is expected to expand. Of course, FDI is going to, incoming foreign direct investment, export growth, human capital is going to grow. So all visions of good, human capital growth, etc. However, we find that even though the world, India is like the 5th largest GDP, real GDP under 4 trillion, it is actually going to surpass Germany and Japan and become 3rd largest in a matter of years by 2030, which is a matter of just 6 years. So that's sort of the forecast by the International Monetary Fund. And that seems very creditable. But we look at the GDP per capita. And on GDP per capita, the picture is a little bit sobering. So what I've done here is I've taken a chart from The Economist that actually has broken this down by decades. And you see the darker is representing the last decade of the previous government, of the existing government, and then the lighter blue is the previous government. And you can see there that in terms of GDP per capita, India is really not even in the top 100. So per capita terms, right, divided by population, it has outpaced the GDP per capita, real GDP per capita, which is, as economists know, a proxy for living standards in an economy. It has outpaced those for many emerging economies, but remains on the lower side. Of course, we have to take this with a grain of salt. We had COVID, we have had so many setbacks, global setbacks that may have crimped or reduced India's GDP per capita. And so it would be safe to say that we have surpassed what used to be called in my time, and I don't know how to date myself, I belong to a previous century, where India was known for a Hindu rate of growth. I think some of us in the audience, old fuddy-duddies like me, know what that was. Do you guys tell me what the Indian growth rate, Hindu rate of growth was? 3.5%. Yes, thank you. A plus for you, Dean. So yeah, that used to be correct. Yes, so Indian rate of growth, if there was a question in the exam, what is India's rate of growth? What will be India's rate of growth? You would write 3.5%. And that was called the Hindu rate of growth. So that has been surpassed. I'm so glad that there is no longer a Hindu rate of growth. We're actually growing at 4.3%. However, this can be bettered. April, as you know, we are in the month of April. This is going to be the largest election in world's history. 900 million, I believe, eligible voters are going to vote. And the current government is poised for a rare third term, largely due to competence in managing this growth story of India. So the GDP growth rate, according to some estimates, is going to sort of temper down. And it is because of global turmoil, which is very adequately captured in the title of this Global Financial Conclave. And that comes directly as a result of higher interest rates in the United States. So some of us are aware that we live in a globalized world. So higher interest rates in the United States, which is a response of the Federal Reserve to rising inflation rates in the United States, actually make the matter of managing monetarily any economy hard, because as you all know from your econ classes, high interest rates curb consumption and curb investment. So those are going to be some shadows on the horizon where India's GDP growth rate is going to not keep climbing, but it's supposed to moderate. But even moderation is at 6.8%, which is pretty creditable. And of course, one of you talked about fiscal problems, so fiscal turmoil, fiscal impulses will be lowered, and that will crimp aggregate demand. If aggregate demand starts to go down, we'll see a tempering, a lowering of India's growth rate. But that moderation of 6.8% sounds like a fairy tale. So that's nothing to be ashamed about. So since you're all students of economics, am I right? You've all done economics, right? Yeah? Okay. Those who haven't done economics should be doing more economics, okay? All right, so the joke with economics is that usually I teach in a school of business, and the economists are called the Cinderella because we're like the poorest. But all I know about Cinderella is that she had only ugly sisters. So that's what I know about why economists are better than anyone else. But you know, aggregate demand is C plus I plus G plus exports minus imports. So I start with investment. Investment, as measured by gross fixed capital formation, actually is driven a lot by governmental public investment. And as I told you about in the Hind model, infrastructural development. So about 36.5% or almost 37% of gross bank financing is going for infrastructure, which is about time for India. The private gross fixed capital formation, private sector's gross fixed capital formation as you can see, is sort of on a stagnant chart, but a boom might be on the horizon. Axis Bank has actually said that bank balance sheets are finally healthier, and this is going to signal more lending to the private sector and spurring on private gross fixed capital formation. And we can sort of kind of get this idea. This is from the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy. We find that the gross fixed capital formation will be a key driver of economic growth. So, and again, mostly public investment, although we find that private investment is also going to start to grow. For the past decade, our growth rate was about 5.8%. So this is awesome compared to this. So this is what I call a boom moment, a breakout moment for investment. And you can see that, despite the fact that government is going to be the key driver, we find that FDI, even though higher interest rates, as I told you, act as a headwind meaning it blocks growth, that is going to be sort of balanced with de-risking or decoupling from China, which at least the United States is interested in doing. Of course, a lot depends on the the outcome of our elections, which are going to happen in November of this year, and who gets to be the president of the United States, a lot will depend on policy towards China will come out of that. But that de-risking is already happening, and because of that, I do find that despite the high interest rates, there could still be a boom coming in terms of private gross fixed capital formation. I think, Alokji, you talked about NSE booming, and the number of individuals registered with the NSE has leaped from just 31 million to 90 million, right? And these are all the more impressive. Why is this impressive? It's because India's working age population, those that are fit and able to work in the working age group, are their per capita, per person income or per capita income is just $10,000. I'm so sorry for using dollars, but my mind doesn't think in rupees as easily, so all of my data is all very dollar driven. All you have to do is just assume that it's a numeraire. It's just a currency. You can put in any currency, but the trend is one of positivity. Norway has bought 22 billion in Indian stock market, $22 billion of funds in the Indian stock market. And Norway's investment is ICICI. They bought into ICICI. They bought into Axis Bank and IndusInd, the Mahindra and Hero. So this is like attracting investment from countries like Norway. Tata has also announced that it's going to be building semiconductors. Semiconductors are the rage in this day and age. Strong computing power translates to strong growth, and that's what they're doing, is that they are investing about $15 billion in the chip making industry. But chips are not like potato chips. They don't get manufactured overnight. Whatever the investment you're going to do is going to yield only in the next 5 to 10 years. So that's where investment is concerned. Let's move to something that is, if you've studied Keynesian economics, that is the pillar, that is the steadfast pillar of economic growth, which is consumption. Should I move back a little or push it down? Okay. So consumption. Okay. As the chart shows, you can see the rural and urban consumption patterns up to 2023, and you find that even per the government's estimates, household consumption expenditure has actually, it's rising, but there is a big difference between rural and urban consumption. In fact, if you slice the data, this is from Reuters. It's the household consumption expenditure data of the So if you actually slice the data even further from Reuters, they have actually done the composition of the consumption basket. And you find that in the consumption basket, spending on food, particularly for rural consumers, has started to go down. And of course, there's from nearly 53% in 2011-12 to to about 39%. Even urban consumption of food has fallen down. Indians are, rural and urban, spending less on grains, cereal, wheat, rice, and pulses, but more on processed food and beverages. So, take what you will of that. But you find that Indians are spending a lot more on non-food items, such as conveyance, consumer services, and durable goods, such as television, fridges. So it kind of sort of balances out. But a lot of consumption is on fuel. And although India is the world's third largest consumer of oil, it is actively seeking to diversify from Russian crude to avoid, as you know, Western sanctions on the importation of Russian crude oil. And last month, I think India ramped up its efforts to stop Russian oil, to stop taking as many deliveries of Russian oil trade. But the trouble with the Russia-Ukraine war, Red Sea, piracy in the Red Sea, ships running aground, are all going to be areas that will impact India where it hurts the most, which is fuel consumption. Fuel prices are, the sensitivity of fuel prices to any of these global turmoil incidents that were discussed is well known, and that is where the rubber is going to meet the road. If you really look at, so it's the household consumption expenditure data. If you look at the same data, we find that the decline in consumption, really, why does consumption decline? Again, if you go back to the consumption function that Keynes sort of laid out, it's a function of disposable income. And real disposable income in India has been on the decline. So we might as well accept that, yeah. Food and non-food separately. Yes, so you're looking at expenditure on food items. Yes, and why are they getting food free? It isn't, because it's counted as a welfare payment. Right, but I find, I might beg to differ, but I find a country that is relying on welfare payments for 800 million people as a sign of not strength. Direct, yes, and that is a good thing, but right, but those food rations are indicative of real wage decline, which is what I wanted to focus on, not the consumption. They're eating, nobody's going to bed hungry, but why are they getting payments, rations from Pradhan Mantri's Andhan Shan Man, whatever, Jan Dhan Man Yojanas, is because they can't afford to buy food otherwise. So I see it more as an outcome rather than anything to be sort of emblazoning. But you know, we could agree to disagree on that. Okay. Let's look at the deficit. This is India's current account balance. Of course, trade deficit figures are that's where the global turmoil is sort of going to be most evident. It has been widening and shrinking. Merchandise exports have been going up in India. Imports have been increasing. But the deficit is where you find the export-import balance the most striking. Let us look at exports and GDP growth in India. Exports have been an area of growth or area of focus for India's growth strategy. They did rise by about 12%, and that has been the highest rate of growth of exports in sort of since, I think, 2021, 2022. A lot of the exports are petroleum products, refashioned petroleum products, engineering goods, iron ore, electronic goods, drugs, pharmaceuticals, mobile handsets. I was told my own phone is acting up, and I was told, why you're going to India? Just buy a mobile handset from India. But I was told it's more expensive to buy a mobile handset here than it is in the United States. I'll have to do my own price comparison. But this is sort of the trade deficit widening. We do see that GDP, exports as a percentage of GDP rising, but not at the pace that you would like to see for a country that is going to be like the third largest growing economy. So of particular concern with the export picture in India, and you might have heard this before, has been that the value of manufactured exports or manufacturing sector's contribution to GDP exports has actually stagnated in India. And I do believe that we don't mention this often enough because it's so nice to get blinded by all of the loud noise and the high percentage rate of growth on aggregate, that we don't focus that the manufacturing exports as a percentage of GDP have been stagnating. And it's fallen from about 18% to 5%. Now, how do you manage that? How do you manage manufacturing exports? Well, you need industrial policy. But industrial policy does not come without a price tag. There is a price tag to industrial policy. The Micron plant that I was talking about, the government is going to be bearing a big price on that Micron plant, which means that it's going to be paying out money. Tariffs are ticking up on an average, but this manufactured sector's dormant growth or stagnating growth is a cause of concern. And I'm going to go to more causes of concern, but this is something I want you to keep in mind. So this is how I look at the Indian economy. Have you all heard of the parable of Goldilocks, right? Yeah? So Goldilocks, the character, wanted everything perfect, right? The porridge should not be too hot or too cold. The bed should not be too hard or too soft. So I feel, and this is my opinion, feel free to disagree with me. That is wonderful if people disagree with me, that India is what I call at the Goldilocks moment. Whether you look at it from a time period or whether you look at it from a moment in time. However, as you know, that Goldilocks was also, there were 3 bears that were after Goldilocks' life. I find that there are some bears after this Goldilocks economy. And of course, they're not just 3 bears. There are many bears. A lot of them, I think, Alokji, you mentioned. There's labor force participation, especially among women. I'm going to actually focus on those. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into all of these bears, but these several bears have to do with education, educational policy in India, the stress of urbanization. I mean, just getting from place A to place B in India, traffic jams, inadequate infrastructure, despite a huge amount of spending on infrastructure, healthcare systems, trains, a lot of them that were tested during the COVID pandemic that have proven to be resilient, but that's where all the stresses are. And of course, environmental concerns. A lot of you, I work on in the area of behavioral economics and the environment, and India does not, even though its per capita carbon emissions are low, total carbon emissions are very high. So there's environmental concerns, and of course technological issues, and then Professor, you are adequately aware of that. There's progress in AI, cloud computing, but there's also regulatory frameworks. Who manages the legal environment, and what are the data privacy regulations? So there's some bears in Goldilocks' life, and we can maybe focus on those. I will not focus on all the bears, as I said. Mostly I'll focus on the ones that are easiest to look at, which is labor market problems. And we'll start with poverty. These are some statistics on poverty. Consider last month, was it last month that we had the pre-wedding Mukesh Ambani that everybody was watching? In fact, if you weren't watching that on TikTok or Insta, there's no TikTok in India, right? Okay, sorry. I watched it on TikTok as well. So, good. $120 million on pre-wedding. This is pre-wedding celebrations. And, even Indian Aviation Authority actually shut down an airport, cleared an airport, because international celebrities had to be flown in. I mean, that's where the income inequality picture becomes a little hard for someone to understand. And I have two data. The MPI is from UNDP, the United Nations Development Program, that looks at it's a more multi-dimensional poverty index, which are 3 dimensions of health, education, and standard of living. I also have the Niti Aayog's poverty index. Now, data on poverty, not unlike the data on consumption, is subject to a lot of debate. More heat than light is often generated on the debates on what is consumption data, but the average Indian is not doing well, and inflation only compounds the picture. Urban poverty rates range right now, depending on which data source you believe. It's not the data itself, the point in time, but the trend in time. Urban poverty rates are ranging between 40 to 60%, which means still, despite all of this progress, 30 to 40%, if you take the entire population of India, is considered poor. Now, what do you mean by poor? It's the World Bank's defined international poverty line. They changed it to $90 in 2011 to account for inflation. And those that can't spend $90 per day are considered poor. So poverty is like a threshold idea. So that's sort of this, by the way, this 30 to 40% is a very conservative estimate, given the very sharp increase in education, transportation, and housing costs, as well as many out-of-pocket medical expenses, and parents having to choose between feeding the family or children's education. So the ration program that you mentioned is, I think, indicative of some of these problems as well, rather than something to sort of emblazon. Of course, poverty is not the same thing as income inequality. And I'll just give you these statistics to mull over. The gap between India's rich and poor is startling. There's a paper, in case anybody is interested, I don't know if you've heard of Thomas Piketty. Have you heard of Thomas Piketty? Okay, so Thomas Piketty has come up with a new paper on India. It has just come out last month, and I'm in the process of reading it. Thomas Piketty can write a lot, and I'm actually using AI to find out what Thomas Piketty is actually saying. But the data are startling in Thomas Piketty's work. Between 2014-15 and 22-23, so basically the last decade, he points to a rise in top-end inequality. And basically, Thomas Piketty says it's not income inequality, but wealth inequality in India. There's a difference between income and wealth. One is a stock and one is a flow. I don't want to quiz you here, but your economics professors will ask you later what is the difference between income and wealth. And by 22-23, which is Thomas Piketty's, I see some quizzing happening right away, very good. Yes, thank you. In Piketty's work, he finds out that 22-23, which is the last years for which Thomas has data, the top 1% income and wealth shares are at the highest largest historic levels. And India's top 1% wealth share is actually compares, as I told you, Mumbai is more millionaires than billionaires, by the way, than most any country after New York and London. That sort of is where the Piketty is focusing on the height of the top 1%, again, not of income shares, but wealth shares. In fact, Thomas Piketty comes back to say that the genesis of a lot of this wealth inequality in India lies in the fact that India's tax system is not progressive but regressive when it comes to wealth. And of course, Piketty has also complained about opacity of data, and some of us know already that the data in India is opaque. Sometimes you see what you want to see, but what you see is sometimes what you get, WYSIWYG, but it's not what you really want to get. Okay, so despite that, the Piketty analysis suggests that India has a lot to do in trying to tame down wealth inequality. But what are some of the causes of wealth inequality? Any ideas what causes wealth inequality in India? I'll ask the students because professors already know these answers. What do you think causes wealth inequality? Yeah, go ahead. Poverty, we talked about poverty. So poverty means that people are not earning money, correct? And that is very true. So the wages and earnings are stagnant or declining. And nowhere else can you see this picture than if you really looked at labor force participation rates in India. Do you know what labor force participation is? Yeah? The labor force participation rate is the percentage of people in the working age population that are either actively working or seeking work, right? Able-bodied, willing to work, able to work, so we're not talking about this. So India's labor force participation rate has been stagnant. Okay. I'll just wait for their conversation to get done. All right. Okay. So one of the primary reasons that real wages and wage incomes are declining. So I do know that wages are income inequality, but flows of income become wealth eventually, because that's where it gets concentrated. So if the flows of income are stagnating or declining, then you do see that rising wealth inequality. But why is what is the reason why wages are stagnant? It has to do with the rising unemployment. Unemployment is one of the biggest causes of what you described as wage inequality or poor incomes. As more and more people are out of work, the wealth gap is bound to increase. And you can look at this just comparing two time zones of the growth process in India. And we find that the unemployment rate, particularly of youth, and by youth, do you know how the youth are defined in India? 15 and 24. So between 15 and 24 years. Every nation, by the way, has a different way of organizing youth. In the United States, youth is not at 15, but at 16 or 17. Because that's when paid work, you can actually pay. So despite all these promises of industrialization and higher paid jobs, overall unemployment in India has continued to see only very marginal improvement. One of the big aspects for the Indian economy has been, I don't know whether you've studied structural transformation, Arthur Lewis's model of structural transformation. People move from agriculture to manufacturing sector, from manufacturing sector to service sector. So Danny Roderick, I don't know if you're aware of Danny Roderick's work. Danny Roderick had pointed out that India has seen its levels of GDP spike before the transformation took place from agriculture to industry. Okay? And that sort of Danny's argument plays well when you look at why manufactured exports are not as high, or why, despite exporting so much, the finished products or manufactured products still lag behind. And why is that important for what I'm saying here? Because manufacturing sector generates jobs, right? In ways that service sector employment, at least in India, as we'll see in the next charts, has not been able to. So if the focus is on jobs, we find that that's where the structural transformation in India is stuck. The transfer of labor from agriculture has been primarily in construction, which is low, semi-skilled kind of jobs, or service sector, which is high-level jobs, but not the quality of jobs that can generate broad-based trends in employment. And that's sort of a very odd situation in India. In fact, after 2019, the latest ILO report, I don't know if you've seen the latest International Labour Organization's report, which was actually stopped for a while because the government had issues with it. The latest ILO report says that from 2019, structural transformation has actually seen a reversal. So instead of agriculture moving to manufacturing, the reverse is happening in India. And that's happening from 2019. And this is accompanied with a rise in agricultural employment, which is kind of mind-blasting. Because for a lower middle income country like India, I call it lower middle income country only on the basis of GDP per capita before you all start telling me, no, it's not lower middle income, it is definitely higher middle income. Because I've done this before, so I'm giving you a little bit of footnote there. So this is the process of structural transformation has started with, I think, the rural migration that happened post-COVID. And somehow, because there are no job opportunities, this just becomes a very stagnant catch-all, what I call a reservoir, residual area. The agricultural sector becomes, and we'll talk a little bit. Particularly of concern is the situation for the youth demographic, again, 15 to 24 year. Now, the employment share of youth, in agriculture and services has actually been declining, but the presence has kind of increased in industry. But we find that if you look at it from gender, if you again disaggregate the data by gender, the employment share of young men has increased in agriculture, but young women, we do find agriculture and service sector and construction do not attract the level of young women. The employment status that is seeing the largest increase in India is self-employment, is self-reported employment among adults. And you know what self-employment means. It's unpaid family labor, right? You're working for the family or employers in rural areas, family work. And this is a decline in employment. Decline in employment translates to decline in income. Real wages start to stagnate. Labor force participation rates suffer. And the story becomes one of the bears overcoming this Goldilocks. And we don't want the bear to overcome Goldilocks. So this is, bear with me on this chart because it's kind of a messy chart, but there are a lot of these, the data also ends in 2019. It sort of shows that the overall total labor force has been growing, yet youth labor force, the amount of youth in India that are willing and able to work and are actually working has not been rising at comparable levels. A downward trend actually starts over from 2004, 2005 to 2018-19. And this is despite the fact, you might say, well, it's declining because there are no youth. The population is declining. This is not true. Youth population actually has been increasing for about 72 million. Youth labor force has been declining. And this, so you can figure 1B and C kind of shows up. This phenomena is not explained by rising educational enrollment. Sometimes you say, well, obviously they're not working in the labor force, they're actually going to school. So if they're going to school, they're not counted. By the way, full-time students, of all of your full-time students, you're not considered part of the labor force. You will be part of the labor force, but you're not counted. Statistically, you're nobody. I mean, I don't mean it literally. You're nobody where the labor force is concerned. So don't feel like you're not doing enough for the country. But so this is not about educational enrollment, but it is really the lack of job opportunities for youth, particularly for women in non-farm sectors. Panel D, you can see in panel D, for women, the slope is flattening. You all know what slope is, right? The slope is flattening. And this sort of, it is female labor force participation going down. And these are women who've completed their education, but are not participating in the labor market. In fact, it's women. Women are the ones who largely account for the increase in that self-employment and unpaid family work. And nearly two-thirds, about 66% of incremental employment in 2019 comprises of these self-employed workers, unpaid family work for women, which has started sort of showing us that that's where the so-called growth is occurring. Let's look at education. There's a clear link between education and unemployment. I'm going to come to the bear of education as well. I'll just, in the interest of time, show you this chart. In this, you can see that the urban female labor force participation, LFPR as it's called here, slightly increased from about 18% to about, from 18% to about 16% between 2005 and 2019. But rural female labor force participation rates are declining. Overall, if you take rural and urban together, female labor force participation is at historically low levels, especially among, if you look at it by youth. So you're taking the data, dividing it male-female, and among females, you're going to look at youth, young women aged 15 to 24, despite rising education levels. Now, male youth labor force participation also has dropped from 75% to 59%, but this is the big bear. This is Goldilocks' biggest bear, okay? If the government has to win a third term in office, the government has to promise that it is going to take care of this big bear, which is youth unemployment. And this, for me, is a huge thought for concern. In fact, as I told you about the ILO report, the increase in labor force participation in rural areas is really not a good sign. So amidst this island of huge economic opportunities and economic growth, we find that the sectors that have the potential for generating employment, such as manufacturing, it remains stagnant. In fact, manufacturing is now contributing like 13% of GDP, which is not a very healthy sign. Contrastingly, agricultural jobs are surging. And, again, there are many theories about what is happening. Why is this reversing? As you know, the government welfare programs or maybe pandemic-induced migration could be reasons for why this is happening. There could be, you could say, well, okay, fine, right? Okay, so these guys in agriculture not doing much, they're disguised unemployment, and manufacturers not capable of generating anything. Why don't they work in service sector? Service sector employment quality of jobs is not compensating for the loss in manufacturing sector. And that is where the trends are going to have to be focused upon. There are ways in which small and medium enterprises in India can actually take up the slack. And what I would like to see the government articulate is a very strong policy towards SME growth. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to so let me cut to the chase here. This is a matter of, I'll just take 5 minutes, is that okay? And then I'll just, stop my Goldilocks story. The female labor force participation rate declines in Indian economy, despite its boom, are the subject of a lot of research, not just, and Ruchira, you're also working in this area, so people are concerned about it. 28%, look at China's female labor force participation. It's over 60%, this is an older data. So there are 6 factors, and I'm actually working with my students. I'm working with an undergraduate student, not unlike yourself, in identifying what is the mystery? Why, despite boom, India's female labor force participation remains stagnant? The first factor is it's all voluntary. These women don't need to work because the families are so rich. They don't have to work. That is bullshit, basically. Factor 2 has education. Yeah. Education, yes. So once you're bettering yourself through education, you're not counted as part of labor force. But then you can't be educating yourself your entire life. So at some point, that labor force participation rate ought to have turned, and it has not turned. So that factor we have discounted. Of course, socio-economic reasons. In fact, Ruchira, your paper talked about how women take the brunt of not just outside, but also unpaid work at home. They may be just too tired to work. That is a factor that my student is looking at. Of course, urban infrastructure, safety concerns for women, we're looking at that factor. And again, we're looking at measurement issues. Measurement issues are are problematic. Even going back to when I was studying social accounting, Paul Studensky's work talked about unpaid women's work. Like, what are you doing? You know, people talk about Adam Smith, who said it's not from the tailor or the butcher or the baker that we get it, what about the butcher's wife? What about the tailor's wife who was actually, or what about Adam Smith's mother who basically cooked all his meals for him? So we don't discuss unpaid women's work running a household, or it could be on the agricultural field, right? Planting and harvesting. So this is something that data needs to really basically focus on. And again, demand set. There's no demand for women's work. I'll just skip to this and talk a little bit about where this shows up in the research I'm doing. I look at financial inclusion. Financial inclusion means access and use of financial services by women. And access and use of financial services by women means that they should be able to use money as a medium of exchange, do mobile payments, have a savings account. This is where I find that India has a lot of what I don't want to call it a weakness, but an opportunity to grow. So we do need in the area of financial inclusion. We do need women to be more included in the workspace. Now, very quickly, you can look at this, male-female differences. There's no problem with financial inclusion because the Pradhan Mantri has a, Jan Dhan Yojana. So there's a supply of financial infrastructure. There are a lot of banks branches. They will actually open a branch for you. If you're a woman, they'll say, come in, we'll roll out a red carpet for you. There's not a problem with supply. What about demand? Yes. Women's demand for financial services seems to be a crimping factor, at least based on some data collection that I have done with my students. And their financial literacy, knowledge about financial products, does play a huge role. And I think there we can look at some self-help groups, etc., or teach financial literacy in classrooms. I don't know, when I was in high school and I was in college, I didn't have a financial literacy class. Did you all have a financial literacy class? We're taught about budgeting, savings, investment, paying for college. Well, none of you pay for college, your parents do, right? But my kids have to pay for their college. So they have to know about budgeting, loans, interest rates, amortizing the interest, present value. This stuff is not taught in ways that it should be taught. So I would urge maybe in your curriculum changes to have more financial literacy. It won't just help women alone, but they would help men too. Education was mentioned. I know in the interests of time, I would like to spend more time discussing financial inclusion, but I know that I should maybe have the other speaker come on board. But yeah, education or children that cannot even read a simple text is abysmal in India. And I am just going to wind up my presentation here because I don't want to, I just focus on quickly on this. Fixing areas. Again, there's supply and demand. There's no lack of demand in India for education. Everybody wants their kid educated, everybody. In fact, the rise of private sector, what was that firm that collapsed? Baiju collapse, is indicative that there's no problem with demand. But there's a supply issue there, right? There's outdated curricula. I'm so glad at Jindal that you're getting, access to the Bloomberg terminal. What did you say? Bloomberg terminal and the NSC data. I literally learned econometrics on a pencil and paper because we didn't even have computers when I was doing my undergraduate here several years ago. So there's an outdated curricula. There's sort of lack of adequate. Teachers need more agency. They also need to have assessment. I don't know how assessment is done in the Indian educational landscape. We get assessed a lot. But these are areas of improvement. And I will just go to, I just have early childhood education stuff. I'll just go to my last slide on environmental issues. I know there's a lot that I have not said here, but I would be happy to discuss it with you. I also work a lot with students. Undergraduate research is a passion of mine, so if any one of you is interested in doing a paper or working with me on some research, feel free to talk to me. But with that, I will sort of jump to a thank you slide and let Professor Chopra come on. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rishi, for your valuable insights into India's growth story and with India's scope of improvements and areas of concern like poverty, income inequality, and unemployment. Thank you so much, Professor. Now, coming to our second speaker, we introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Amarjeet Chopra, FSA former President ICAI and member of boards at IRDAI, Bank of Baroda, and Indian Bank, former chairman NACAS, and member National Financial Reporting Authority. Dr. Amarjeet Chopra did his graduation and post-graduation from Delhi University in the years 1971 and 1973 respectively. He qualified as a chartered accountant in the year 1975 and holds a doctorate on NPA management in banks, a comparison of public and private sector banks in India. He has an experience of over 47 years of being a chartered accountant. He was elected to the Northern India Regional Council of ICAI for 2 terms, in 1985 to 88 and 1988 to 91, and was its chairman for the years of 1988 and 89. He was elected to the Central Council of ICAI for 5 consecutive terms. He was also elected as president of ICAI in the year 2010-11 and VP, vice president, for the years before. During his term as Central Council members, he was member of various standing and non-standing committees of the ICAI. He chaired some of the most significant committees, to name a few: Accounting Standard Boards, Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, Financial Reporting Review Board, and many more. He has been conferred the honorary membership by the Australian Institute of Chartered Accountants. He has also been conferred honorary life membership by the International Association of Accountants, London. He has served on the boards of the Bank of Baroda, Indian Bank, Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineering Limited, Insurance and Regulatory Authority, India, that's IRDAI, South Asian Federation of Accountants and Confederation of Pacific Accountants, Investor Education Protection Authority. Presently, he is a part-time member of the National Reporting Authority, NFRA. He is also a member of the Standing Committee on Corporate Laws, constituted by the Government of India for the last 3 years. He is also the director of the board or a part of the board of the Tata Power Trading Company Limited, SBI Mutual Fund Trustees Companies, and Rico Auto Industries Limited. In his professional careers, he has conducted statutory audits of large number of public sector organizations. He is a prolific writer and speaker. He is also on the roster of the IMF as a resource person and has conducted missions in Mauritius, Bhutan, and Seychelles. We are honored to have you, Dr. Chopra, among us. Please, can we have you on stage? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope some response to be there. I hope everyone is awake. Dr. Two Pandays sitting before me, and of course, Madam Meenakshi, deans, vice deans, faculty members, and dear students. The topic, India's resilience amidst global turmoil. A topic which is very dear to one's heart today, very frankly speaking. The reason being that we really stand out today, there is no doubt about it. And not only today, I think even when this crisis came up in 2008, India was the only country where there was no banking failure. Let's be very clear about it. The banks world over failed. The banks failed in US, the banks failed in Japan, the banks failed in Europe, but no Indian bank failed at that particular point of time also. So I think we have been living in a country we can be proud of, and I definitely say I'm a proud Indian, there is no doubt about it. For various reasons. People may say what happened over the last 70 years or 75 years, but I believe that we have actually come a long, long, long way. India's first budget was only to the extent of 171 crores income. 171 crore income. Let's be very clear about it. And 197 crore expenditure. And out of that also 96 crore was spent on defense. That's also a beauty of it. The first budget of the free India. And today, our last budget was 44 lakh crore rupees. Think of the size. In this budget, we have said that we'll outlay, for the capital outlay, on the infrastructure, we'll have 7 lakh crore rupees. Think in terms of this, where we have come. During this independence period, post-independence period, we have seen all kind of era. At least I have seen that era, and I think Pandey Sahab must have also seen that kind of an era. The students may not be able to believe it, that for a telephone at residence, we had to wait for 10 years or 15 years after booking. For a Bajaj Chetak scooter, you had to wait for any number of years unless you had foreign remittance coming for the booking purposes, and then you will be able to get it. For an HMT watch to be got out of turn, you had to have a letter of a VIP. Those have been the conditions in this country. We used to have, my elder brother, Mr. Dubey is there, very frankly. We have been together in certain, myself as an auditor and he as a banker, basically. Let me put it that way. There used to be only 3 cars in this country: Ambassador, Fiat, and Standard. Standard, of course, used to be more beautiful of the lot, but working-wise, it was the other way around. If you could go on the road, you will see somebody pushing it either from the back or from the front. And when it used to come to the model, that a new model has to come, what will change? Mudguard will change, or the lights will change, the headlights will change. That used to be the change in the model. Look at the situation today. Look in under what circumstances we are all living today. We have all mobile sets today. Our density, so far as the mobiles are concerned, is 82% of the population. Think of it. In 141 crore population, if 115 crore people have mobiles today, what kind of development we had? We have seen aims coming up in this country before even 2014. Let's be very clear about it. I'm not on A party or B party, but let's be very clear on it. We had aims, we had PSUs, we had bank nationalization. But for bank nationalization, you wouldn't have seen a bank in any rural area for that matter. The kind of banking which took place after post-nationalization period, I think it has been mind-blowing. You used to have some kind of branches of the banks in the areas where the branch would open only for about 3 months or 2 months. Thanks to nationalization, that even that particular area could see the banking. We had every kind of development. It's not that it is happening. We saw the IITs coming up. We saw AIIMS coming up. We saw IIMs coming up in this country. Yes, now the progress is slightly faster. Faster for various reasons, for that matter. FDI is coming faster, there is no doubt about it. But I think the one point which Meenakshi ji brought out was, that is with regard to, you can say, where we are, whether it is in the terms of the unemployment or inequalities of income. To me, very frankly, the most important point, because this affects your law and order situation anywhere. Unemployment and inequalities of income and wealth would affect your law and order situation in any country. And if in 2017, 73% of the wealth created has gone to only 1% of the population, you can think of what kind of development we have. You might have created 119 billionaires. It's fine. There's no doubt about it. But how many billionaires jumped from a middle class level or from lower level? No one. I think Meenakshi ji talked of something, that why poverty, why the inequalities are there. Inequalities are there because wealth earns wealth at the end of the day, basically. If today all airports are going to one particular group, all railways will go to one particular group. Let's be very clear about it. The inequalities of income and wealth are bound to increase. There is no doubt about it. Absolutely. We may continue to think of that we are developing, but the credibility of the data itself is under cloud, if you ask me. I think Meenakshi ji talked of masking some data. Masking is taking place at every level. You change the year for the indexation purposes. You change the base year. And then you start thinking that you are at the top of the world. But is it so or is it not so? I think that's $1 million question. We are all talking of, I think Pandey Saab being from the banking and law, we are all talking of that NPAs have reduced significantly in the banking sector. But how? By write-off or by somewhere else? Is it by way of recoveries? I think that is the $1 million question. We brought IBC with all fanfare, Insolvency Bankruptcy Code. And that's for the students to make out, that when we brought Insolvency Bankruptcy Code, we always thought that it is going to serve the purpose. But what has happened? Look at the last settlement which has taken place with regard to the Reliance RCom. 47,000 crore rupees of worth debt has been settled at 475 crore rupees. It is less than 1%. If that is the purpose of the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code, I don't think that is serving the purpose. Then you may keep on saying that our NPAs have reduced. Keep on writing off whatever you want to write off. So my entire understanding, because I have done my research or my PhD only on NPA management in the banks, I personally feel all these figures are humbug. There's nothing true about it. That whenever we say that NPAs are coming down, NPAs will come down as a percentage even otherwise. If you keep on giving advances, these will definitely come down. But since one banker is sitting before me, let me ask a very honest question to ourselves. When we talk of the resilience, what problems we are facing today in this resilience? Yes, there is no doubt we have moved on. There is no doubt that we are one of the stars basically on the horizon. There is no doubt about it, because when you talk of a growth rate of about 8% or 7% or 9%, no other country can boast of this kind of a development. We may talk of that we will become third largest economy of the world by 2027 or 2030 maximum. That's fine. But will we become ever number one? I don't think it can ever happen. Shall we become even a developed economy from developing economy? To me, that is the major challenge. The reason being, today the difference between me and China itself, we are 3.7 or 3.8 trillion dollar economy. China is already 17 point something and US is 30 point something. And if you hear Mr. Annamalai in Tamil Nadu, he says India can achieve even this much what has been projected in 2047 by the government if we continue to grow every year at 13.45%. 13.45%. And then the precondition is that China and US should develop at less than 4%. Now, is that going to be the reality? And then he himself comes down and says that we will never be able to grow at more than 8%. or 9%. If we look at one era, I think there is an unsung hero of this Indian politics, and that is Mr. Narasimha Rao, unfortunately. Even the Congress has forgotten him. Even the Congress has forgotten him. But for him, this country would not have seen the opening up of the economy, for that matter. And wherever we are today, it's because of Mr. Narasimha Rao. That combination of Manmohan Singh and Narasimha Rao, of course, MMS, we used to term it the other way around also, because he would never speak. And we would, in most of our conferences, would say that put your mobile on MMS mode, for that matter, because it should not give any kind of a trouble to any of the speakers. What one is trying to say is that yes, we have come a long way, but we have much more to achieve in this country today. And we have many issues. It's not one issue, for that matter. I will come to those issues also. But what we have achieved today is, there is no doubt, in the banking sector, the profitability has increased. Profitability has increased because of, number one, when your NPAs have already been written off. Most of the all bigger NPAs have been written off. Then you have stabilized. And then you are able to book income because all other accounts are your performing assets, for that matter. But this very banking sector is unable to introduce IFRS in this country, Ind AS in this country. Why? Can we analyze that? We are all talking of resilience, and resilience would also mean financial resilience, for that matter. Why we are unable to introduce IFRS in the accounting of banking sector? The moment you bring in IFRS in this country, expected credit loss model, which would mean that you will require about 5 lakh crore rupees additional to meet capital adequacy in the banking sector. 4 to 5 lakh crore rupees. And how much the government gives to the banks every year for the recapitalization, I don't want to say. I don't want even to comment. If I am to take another 5 to 7 years, if I have to introduce IFRS in this country, in the banking sector, it would mean that I will have to say from the RBI side that the regulatory capital requirements may not be met over a period of 5 years. If you give that exemption in the banking to the banks, only then you will be able to introduce IFRS. Otherwise, you cannot you cannot introduce IFRS. Not only that, I think with a banker sitting before me, let's ask a question to ourselves first. How much is the agricultural loan today in this country? The agricultural loan in this country is about 15 lakh crore rupees. 15 lakh crore rupees. And I was just talking about 5 lakh crore rupees. And out of these 15 lakh crore rupees, at least 12 lakh crore rupees is non-performing. Let's be very clear about it. At the year end, we passed 2 entries in that account, cash received, cash paid. And those cash entries are passed in a difference of only 3 or 4 seconds, which means neither the cash was received nor the cash was paid. It is evergreening of the loans. Neither the government is worried about it, nor the RBI is worried about it. It's not that they are not worried about it. I think I used a wrong word. They cannot afford another agitation from the Kisan side, basically. So they don't want to actually get into that kind of position that they will have to create those NPAs in the market. Now, if you cannot afford to have 4 lakh crores by way of ECL, where is the question of having another 12 lakh crore rupees? And forget about that also. Come to the Mudra loans, the way these have been distributed. That's another about 8 to 9 lakh crore rupees. How do you provide for it? I think these are all challenges that are before us. We are tending to ignore these challenges. Somewhere or the other, we want to camouflage. In IBC today, the average haircut, I'm not talking of the one-off case, average haircut is 70%. The banks suffer. If the banks are claiming 100 rupees, what they are getting on an average is only 30 rupees. The first case which came up in Hyderabad in IBC, the write-off was only 95%. And we say that IBC will resolve the issues. And we are all talking of IBC resolving the issues. If IBC was able to resolve the issue, why Jayaprakash Associate issue is pending for so long? We have not been able to resolve that issue. What we lack today, and I think the government has to be serious about it, is the corporate governance. I think a point which Alok Pandey ji has been making very, very vehemently and vociferously. It is the corporate governance which we lack today in this country at all levels. I'm not talking only in the corporates. I'm talking at the government level. I'm talking at the state government level. I'm talking at the corporate level. I talk at the professional level also, for that matter. Unless we improve the corporate governance, that is the major challenge to us. We have the concept of independent directors, which we never used to have earlier. Are the independent directors really independent? Let's first come to that question. We all talk of independent directors, but are these independent directors really independent? To me, that is the basic question today. That's the moot question today. How the independent directors are brought to the board? Either by way of a reference of the promoter, or by way of a reference of an auditor, or by way of a reference of another director. And then, if a retired bureaucrat is getting a commission from a company of 1 crore or 1.5 crore or 1.6 crore, can he or she be independent from that company? A kind of an income which this person would not have made all his life as a bureaucrat or as a banker. I know at least one banker who was the chairperson of the largest bank in this country. And the moment 1 year period of the retirement was complete, there was a seat vacant as an independent director on the board of the largest group of this country. And that very chairman had entered into an agreement with this company as the chairman of the bank to float a payment bank. Now, if that is the level of independence, I doubt what can be done. You look at various cases. You look at Satyam. Satyam was only the beginning. Then came Diwan Housing also, I think. Look at Yes Bank itself. Why to talk of the others? There are a number of it. Global Trust Bank also, for that matter. It is not one fraud. It is not one scam. It is scam after scam which has happened. And can anybody say that the audit committee chairman of the company was not aware of it? Look at ILFS, for that matter. In ILFS, we had a risk management committee. And risk management committee was headed by one of the most illustrious persons in this country. But that risk management committee never met for 3 years. If that is the purpose of the risk management committee, I don't think it can serve any purpose at all. What is important for the government to understand is that you bring it, and then you look at the regulators also. I think the role of the regulator has also to be seen. Recently, market was doing very well because Meenakshi ji talked of the capital markets also. Someone else also talked of the capital markets in this country. Capital market was doing fantastically well till one particular point of time. The regulator stands up one fine morning and says, mid caps and so caps are overvalued. Regulator doesn't have to make this statement. Regulator has to act. If these are overvalued, you do your job. You cannot do kind of an insider trading that you come up and then make the markets collapse. There is no way that you can do it. It is nothing short of insider trading what was done by the regulator itself. I think somewhere or the other, look at the RBI role. But for Dr. Raghuram Rajan, let me be very frank about it. People may criticize him on 10 different grounds. But for Dr. Raghuram Rajan, this country would not have known how much is the level of the NPAs in this country. He was the one who undertook the asset quality review. He said that if one account is NPA in PNB, how it can be performing in central bank? If one account is bad in State Bank of India, how it can be performing in Canara Bank? He said, let's undertake an asset quality review of this particular account in all the banks and then come to a conclusion how this account is doing. And that is where it came to light that A bank was coming to the rescue of B bank, B bank was coming to the rescue of C bank, and then C bank in turn was coming to the rescue of the A bank. And that was what was going on in the banking sector as evergreening of the loans. Unfortunately, had he undertaken the asset quality review when the economy was booming, nothing would have happened to this economy. His timing was wrong. At that time, the economy was on a slit, basically. It was sliding down. Had he undertaken this asset quality review at a time when the things were better, I think nobody would have bothered about it and the economy would have continued to boom still. Unfortunately, as I said, the timing really mattered at that particular point of time, and that is what has happened in that particular case. Another point, friends, that one will like to say is that yes, we have lot many things which can be talked of. Look at the kind of development which has taken in UPI payments for that matter. I think this is one development in India which we can boast of. Today I go to purchase fruits, I am able to make the payment by a UPI payment. I think this is absolutely phenomenal, and that is where we are all talking of the tax revenues going up. Tax revenues are going up only for this reason. If your payments are digitized, if your payments are coming through the legal channel, naturally your tax base will be widened. There is no doubt about it. Meenakshi ji talked of regressive taxation. Regressive taxation is because so far as direct taxes are concerned, you may keep on talking about the progressive part. But what about the indirect taxes? You are making every poor person also pay the same tax. If you are levying 18% GST on certain product, even the poorest of the poor is paying 18% GST on that. And he is unable to get any input credit for it. Let's be clear, so far as that part is concerned. But it is a matter of great satisfaction that you have UPI payments to the extent of 66 billion transactions amounting to rupees 100 lakh crore rupees in 23. 100 lakh crore rupees worth transaction. Value wise, and of course 66 lakh. And the other thing that has happened good to this economy after 2014 is, and I think Madam again talked of the patents basically being applied for. We have today more than 1,17,000 startups, and out of that more than 115 are unicorns. But again, the corporate governance has taken the toll. Whether it is Paytm or it is Byju's or it could be Cafe Day for that matter. Again, the corporate governance has taken the toll. Look at Byju's, what is happening in Byju's. I recently gave an interview in AT CFO for that. There is no forensic audit, but my investor is demanding that Ravindran should be sacked. Get the forensic audit conducted, sack him if you find him at fault. And there is no doubt that there is a diversion of fund, because after all some money has been parked in US for that matter, and it's very clear, it's crystal clear. And Ravindran, instead of focusing on the technical aspects, what he has to develop, he is focusing on the money part, that how he can make the money out of it. So again, it is what is taking the toll? The toll is being taken by the corporate governance. Unless you improve your corporate governance, in Paytm also the same thing has happened. The same regulator says one day, valuation is not my job. I think when the issues, public issues used to come, when CCI was there, controller of capital issues used to be there, valuation used to be the most important function of that regulator. Today, SEBI says, valuation is not my job. Valuation will be done by the merchant banker. Merchant banker is being paid for it, for any valuation, for that matter. So merchant banker wants to price it as heavy as possible. And when the investor loses money and loses confidence, then naturally the IPOs will suffer, if not today, tomorrow. So what I am trying to say is that regulators also have a role to play. No? Regulators are failing in their role to play. Why NAFRA is there today? I think Alok ji ko, you have, it's again a very important topic for you. Why a National Financial Reporting Authority is there? See, if there is slackness on any regulator, we have been the regulator, IC has been regulator. Number one, there could be certain lapses on our part. Number two, we could not explain to the government that these lapses were not on our part. These lapses were on the part of the courts. I will give you examples. And these will continue to be there in the future also. Even NFRA will face the same situation tomorrow. When in Satyam, the court case, when the case happened, Satyam, we wanted to act against the PwC. The court gave the stay. My full tenure actually was used for two reasons. Number one, I wanted to bring IFRS in this country. And Manmohan Singh ji had promised in G20 that we'll bring IFRS in this country 1/4/2011, which later the government backed out. We had done our job, we had come out with the standards, but the government backed out because two of the groups never wanted it to be brought in for certain reasons. That was the government part. But what is important is when Satyam happened and the court granted stay that the institute cannot take action, I spent almost 9 months of my tenure to ensure that I am able to get the stay vacated. The topmost lawyers in this country refused me that they will not take up this case. Someone said that I am already doing some other cases for PwC. Someone said I am the leader of opposition, I will not be able to take up this case. Someone used some other excuse for it. I hired one of middle level lawyers, gave him another junior person and made sure that before I vacated my seat as the president of the institute, the stay was vacated. And within next 6 months, we could hold them guilty and debar them for their lifetime. Now this nobody knows, and this somewhere or the other institute did not publicize. When Harshad Mehta scam happened, RBI said you take action against the auditors. We said you file a complaint. After all, we must have a report to proceed against a person. Janki Raman committee report, they refused to give it to us. They refused to give it to us for 5 years, mind it. When I entered the council in 98, I was in the executive and we said that if RBI does not give these reports today, we will go to the press and say that we are not at fault. It is RBI which is at fault, which is not giving us the report to proceed. Then RBI gave it in no time. And then we proceeded and whatever action was to be taken, that action was taken. NFRA has come in partly because of our mistakes, partly because it was a public perception that we are not doing enough. Let's be clear about it. But I welcome NFRA, there's no doubt, because let the perceptions be cleared that if at all a super regulator can come in, let the super regulator come in. But probably tomorrow we will require a super regulator to a super regulator. That much also I can assure you in the times to come. It does not serve the purpose. The point one is trying to drive you home is that there are many things that we could have done, but we have not been able to do. And what we lack today, this government has brought in to reduce corruption faceless assessments. Let's be clear. And I think the best thing that the government could have done in their lifetime was to bring in GST. No other government could have brought it in. After all, you unified almost 16 taxes. You subconsumed 16 taxes into one. That was a classic case of doing something which could meet the requirements of the World Bank also for that matter. Now you brought in you subconsumed the 16 taxes, fine. Today you keep on claiming that we have got collections of the extent of 1,70,000 crores. Fine. That's also fine. One doesn't mind. But then part of it is due to inflation. Not everything is 1,70,000 crores. When we started with about 99,000. Today we have 170. This 170 is not because of 170. This is also because of the inflation which has taken place from 17 to 2024. You look at the level of inflation. So this collection should have at least moved from 99 to at least 140 on its own. Let's be clear about it. So if we say that it is only because of the increase in the activity, it may be incorrect. Let's be very clear about it. To an extent, it is because of the increase in activity, and partly it's because of the inflation. And if someone feels that faceless assessment has eliminated the corruption, I think we are living in a fool's paradise. Because earlier it was face to face. Now there are in between people who are coming and saying, okay, you want it to be done, this is the person, he is the assessing officer, please come along with me. So all those things are happening. But yes, what we require today, I think that is more important to be understood if we want to be resilient. Number one, we want land acquisition reforms. We want labor reforms. We want inequalities of income and wealth to be reduced. How? I think it's for the government to decide at the end of the day. And then probably effective implementation of the laws. Whatever laws you bring in. I think India is a country with the maximum number of laws with the minimum implementation thereof. We are the only country in this world where we have anti-dowry law, but you can see the kind of deaths which take place because of the dowry. Somewhere or the other we have lost the track of the laws that we frame. I just talked of IBC also, brought with all kind of good objective, but I think lost track thereof. We also want, I think, certain outcome studies. We brought law with regard to CSR. This is something which is very close to my heart. Because CSR has been brought with lot of fanfare, and I think with a very clear objective, with a very laudable objective. 2% of the profits of the company have to be should be going to the CSR activities. Good number of companies are doing good job. But at times, the CSR being used for what purpose? To meet the political ends also. These are not only being utilized for the purpose of actually corporate social responsibility. Somewhere these are meeting the political objectives also of the various MPs or MLAs or someone else for that matter. Now that is one thing I personally feel, where I sit on the audit committees, I can tell you, I've been asking them that I want outcome study with regard to this fund being utilized. If you say that you have spent it on the education of the girls, please let us know after 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, how many girls got benefited by it, and what is the result percentage of those girls, and how it has actually improved upon. Unless you do it, there's no point in having that kind of a law, and there's no point in making use of those kind of funds. I think Madam touched upon the environmental part. There's no doubt that it's the most important. Sustainability today is assuming great significance. You may have dams, you may have anything, but at the end of it, if you are harming the entire afforestation, I think that is also a serious issue, and that is why the government comes up with carbon emissions. Of course, all developed countries are playing a game. They actually come out with more carbon emissions than us, for that matter. But somewhere or the other, these laws are being held against the developing nations. Election reforms, to my mind, is the most important. If any country has to tackle, if India has to progress, election reforms have to be there. You can't have this kind of a situation that a person sitting in the jail can contest the election. I have always said that ethics and law don't go together. Ethically, a person, if he is in jail, he should not be allowed to contest the election. But here, a person with the most number of cases against him, or most heinous crimes against him or her can contest the election and win the election and then come to the parliament, vote, and can make a government survive or fall for that matter. So I think that's another thing. And of course, court cases, the number of court cases that we have, I don't know. We say justice delayed is justice denied, but whether it is happening or it is not happening, let's be a very clear thing. Education and medical have become a business. That's again a problem area. I think poor people are being denied medical also. Poor people are being denied education also. Denied education by a design, because the political parties don't want the people to be literate. The children must know what is the definition of literacy in India. The definition of a literate person in India is who can sign the name. That is literacy. If that is literacy, then God save us. Just 2 minutes. You need not give me. I understand that I am standing between each one and the lunch for that matter. And I don't want people to go hungry in any case. So what one is trying to say is that you have a kind of a situation where education is denied to the people because the political parties want people to be uneducated. Bihar is one of those classical cases basically. I didn't want to name the state, but probably I have done that. I will not like to say much beyond it. Of course, I will say India has progressed. Look at what we are doing in exports. We have talked of manufacturing hub. We have said make in India. Yes, still a lot of work is to be done. But what we have done in defense basically is absolutely exemplary. There is no doubt. Look at what we have done to DRDO. We are trying to make out companies out of them, and having made the companies out of them, these are going to be create export surplus for the defense products in those cases. Widening of tax base, I will only like to end up on one note here. This government has done at least one very, very good thing, and where we can boast of that government is seized of everything that you are doing today. They have 360-degree information about you. You go to Singapore and you post your photographs on the Facebook that you have visited such and such place. Those photographs are taken care of and you can receive income tax notice that the fee for going to that particular spot was this much. Where is your return of income? Today this government has got absolutely 360-degree view of you. There is no doubt about it, and I think this is what is causing widening of the tax base. And of course, one thing that this government needs to do is to change the definition of the agricultural income. If you actually sincerely want to widen the tax base, you need to redefine what is the agricultural income. Because the agricultural income is being defined, any rent or revenue being derived from agricultural land used for agricultural purposes. I can very well agree revenue from the agricultural land used for agricultural purposes. Well, how rent? It means all jamidars you are leaving out as tax free. You just can't do it. You have to ensure that you are on an equitable basis. If you are earning 100, I am earning 100. And I am not agriculturalist in any case, because I have given my land on Kashtkari. In that case, both of us have to be taxed on the same footing. Unfortunately, the government takes the shelter that agriculture is a state subject. We can't tax them. And if at all this is to be taxed, it has to go through the various states. I personally feel redefining agricultural income under income tax does not require any state concurrence at all. You can definitely redefine it. You don't want to do it for the lack of the will to do it, or for certain other reasons to do it, you may continue to survive on it, but definitely not. In the end, I will only like to say that yes, ever since independence we have come a long way. There is no doubt about it. There were years of license Raj. There were years of guest control order, that if in a marriage you take 100 people, more than 100 people, you can be arrested. In months of April to June, you cannot have barfi with khoya, basically, in this country. Today, you don't have all that. You have absolutely white revolution so far as this country has seen. So, number of things which have happened and of which we can all be proud of. I still remember going to a ration shop for a dalda ghee tin, and once you used to get it, you will feel elated as if you have been able to win some battle for that matter. But yes, today it's entirely a different game. So far as the youngsters are concerned, they will never be able to know what kind of hardships the people have actually suffered in this country. But still, certain things need to be improved upon. And to my mind, this unemployment, we have the demographic dividend with us. But we need to exploit that demographic dividend with us, because in 2047 it would have reversed. Then we will not be able to say that this demographic dividend is with us. Today we have the youngest force with us. We have two good things to have happen to us. Number one is the young population, and number two is the English-speaking population. We have the largest English-speaking population in this country. And we speak English better than the English people, for that matter. Let me be very clear. Having sat in some international conferences, I know that an Indian writes an essay within that much time in which a Chinese is able to deliver only one sentence, or Japanese is able to deliver one sentence. One feels proud of that particular fact at that time. But the day China is able to convert their people to English speaking, what happens to BPO or KPOs to India, I don't know. I think it's going to be a major challenge, friends. But to the younger people, I can only say, you are living in the best possible times, and at the same time, the most competitive times also. There's no doubt about it. We didn't see that competition. We never saw that percentile of 99.9%. You people are seeing that, you are facing the heat of that. But at the same time, you are able to enjoy I envy you today, because you sit in this kind of auditorium, you have all kind of facilities in your college or in your educational institution, which we could not have dreamt of. I am using the word, we couldn't have dreamt of this. Thank you, friends. Thanks a lot. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights with us. To express gratitude towards our chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Meenakshi Rishi, we would like to request our Dean, Professor Dayanand Pandey, to honor them with ceremonial mementos on behalf of O.P. Jindal Global University. They wanted to express gratitude towards our guest of honor, Dr. Amarjit Chopra, we would request our Executive Dean, Professor Hemant Manoj Kumar, to honor them with ceremonial mementos on behalf of O.P. Jindal Global University.
Come back at 2, right?
Yes, sir. We want you to reassemble here at 2:15. Please come back at 2:15 at the hall for the next session.
2014. He held the office of Executive Director of Central Bank of India from September 2010 to January 2013. He started his banking career with Punjab National Bank from November 1977 as a management trainee and rose to the level of general manager in March 2008 after working at different levels both in operations and administration across India. During his tenure in Canara Bank, he turned around the bank in less than 2 years by galvanizing the entire staff of the bank, turning focus on retail banking, SME banking, and technological advancements. The marketing vertical was set up by him to leverage the technology and boost the fee income of the bank. His focus on asset quality, CASA, and fee income led to tremendous business growth and involvement of all staff. This has been recognized by Ivy Business School in the form of a case study being taught globally. His leadership style has also been captured and researched by Padma Shri Professor Dr. Preetam Singh in his book titled The Leadership Odyssey From Darkness to Light. Welcome to the panel, sir. Our next panelist today is Professor Inas Afifa Zara. Professor Inas Afifa Zara is a lecturer in Islamic banking and finance at the Jakarta State Polytechnic with a career spanning over 10 years in the field of Islamic economics and finance. Professor Zara earned her master's degree in Islamic economy and finance from the University of Indonesia. She is now a doctoral candidate in Islamic banking She is now the doctoral candidate in Islamic banking from the Syarif Hidayatullah State Islamic University in Jakarta. Her expertise encompasses the halal industry, Islamic economics, and Islamic finance. A dedicated scholar, Professor Afifa has contributed to the body of knowledge in Islamic finance through her research focusing on innovative Sharia-compliant financial instruments, Islamic social finance, and Islamic banking. She is also a certified master instructor in training methodology from the Indonesian Professional Certification Authority in the field of Islamic finance, financial planning. As a respected member of the Indonesian Islamic Economic Lecturers Association, Professor Afifa regularly engages with the national and global Islamic finance community through workshops, seminars, and conferences. Professor Afifa's deep commitment to education and mentorship in Islamic finance is evident through her role in developing and leading advanced courses aimed at nurturing the next generation of Islamic finance professionals in Indonesia and beyond. Welcome to the panel, ma'am.
So now allow me to introduce you to our moderator for this session, Professor Hemant Manoj. He's a professor and vice dean at JSBF. Professor Hemant Manoj is a professor and executive dean at Jindal School of Banking and Finance, OP Jindal University. He's a BTech from IIT Dhanbad and a fellow in management from IIM Calcutta. He's also an associate of Institute of Coast and Works Accountants of India and a certified FRM from Global Association of Risk Professionals. He teaches and researches in the areas of corporate finance, portfolio management, and risk management. Prior to joining JGU, Professor Manoj was Associate Professor and Chairperson of the Department of Finance and Economics at SP Jain Institute of Management and Research. Before shifting to the academic world, he worked for 25 years across multiple financial institutions and held leadership roles across multiple areas. His areas of work include securities regulation, fund management, risk management, loan portfolio management, stressed assets prediction and resolution, regulatory planning and reporting. He was a key member of the team that set up foreign institutional investors at SEBI at the dawn of liberalization of the Indian capital markets in early 1990s. He later served as the investment strategist at Cholamandalam Cazenove Mutual Fund, which was a joint venture between the Murugappa Group of India and Cazenove Partners of UK. For most part of his corporate career, he served as the head of market risk, asset liability management, and portfolio management at IDFC Limited. He was instrumental in establishing and managing these key functions for over a decade. He last served as the head of the early warning signals and risk regulatory planning and reporting functions at IDFC Bank. Dr. Manoj has served on as well as advised various committees of regulatory bodies like SEBI. He continues to regularly engage with several leading financial institutions in India through board memberships, consultancy, and advisory services. We would like to welcome all our panelists, and we hope to have an enriching and insightful discussion with you all.
We would now like to invite Professor Zara to begin her presentation today.
Okay, can you hear my voice clearly? Yes, okay,
Yes,
thank you so much,
yes, Professor.
Everyone. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the Master of Ceremony for giving me the opportunity to have a talk with you all in this beautiful occasion. But before, I would like to say the Honorable Professor Dr. Rajkumar, the founding vice and chancellor of Jindal Global University, and the Honorable Professor Dr. Dainan Pendi, Professor and Dean of Jindal School of Banking and Finance, the Honorable Professor Dr. Alpendi, the Professor and Vice Dean of Jindal School of Banking and Finance, the Honorable Professor Dr. Siddharth Kanodia, the Assistant Professor of Jindal School of Banking and Finance, the Honorable Professor Dr. Heman Manuj, Professor and Executive Dean of Jindal School of Banking and Finance, the Honorable Dr. Eric Dubi, former Chairman and Managing Director of Canara Bank, the Honorable Mr. Sanjeev Misra, Chief Risk Officer of India Post Payment Bank, and all my lovely audiences and respected audiences from the faculty members, students, invited professionals from industry, researchers, academicians, and policymakers, which I can mention your name one by one. I hope you all in a good conditions and in a good health and also in abundant. Let me introduce myself. My name is Inas Afifa Zahra. I'm a lecturer and researcher from Polytechnic Negeri Jakarta. I'm so honored and pleased and grateful to be a part of these panel discussions. And so I'm here today, not because I'm better than anyone here. I just love to learn and share what I have already knew. Especially so, allow me today to talk about the current innovations in banking and financial services in Indonesia, especially related to Islamic banking and finance. So in this talk, I would like to divide my presentation into 4 sections. The first is about introductions. The second is key innovation of Islamic banking and financial services in Indonesia. The third is impact on economic growth and resilience. And the last is challenges and future prospects. So allow me again to share screen about the presentations according to my topic. Okay, is it clear? The materials? Okay, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity. Yeah, okay, everyone here, we are now talking about the innovation, especially in Islamic banking and financial services in Indonesia. And this material, or maybe in this topic, is really important for Indonesian people. Why? Because for Indonesia, the understanding of innovations in Islamic banking is really play an important role. Because as one of the largest Muslim society in the world, Indonesia create a significant demand for Islamic compliant financial products and services. And moreover, Islamic banking is known for its risk-sharing feature, where the risk is distributed between the bank and also the customer. Therefore, the relationship between the customer and the bank is not a creditor or maybe a debtor, but in the relationship of partnership. And moreover, by aligning financial services with the ethical and moral values of its largest demographic group, Indonesia can enhance financial inclusion, stimulate economic growth, and also build more resilient and sustainable economy. So this is the agenda of our talk today. I have already mentioned it before. And now we are coming to introductions. All right, so everyone here, if we want to talk about how is the development of Islamic banks in Indonesia, we will start from the issues related to the establishment of Islamic banks in Indonesia. And these issues can be grouped into 3 phases. The first is thinking phase, the second is preparations and establishment phase, and the third is maturations of the concept and setting phase. So, in the first phase, this is, we call it by and emerging ideas coming in to establish the Islamic banks. So you can see in this slide, it is started from 1930s where Indonesia having a very difficult time, the most difficult time to establish the Islamic banks, because Indonesia in that time was colonized by the Dutch. And then in 1945 until 1956, Indonesian first vice president also didn't support the establishment of Islamic bank itself. So coming up to the 1960, Islamic bank was only discussed theoretically among ulama and Muslim intellectuals, and in 1975, Islamic Development Bank was established in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and Indonesia was one of the countries involved in its establishment. So we can conclude that in this space, the issues according to establishment of Islamic banks only happens in theoretically basis. So we continue to the second phase. The second phase is about the preparations and establishment phase. So in this phase, I have a little bit improvement, and there is a significant actions to prepare for Islamic bank establishment. So in the 1980, Indonesian Muslim intellectuals and ulama revisited the idea of the establishment of Islamic bank. And then in 1982 up to 1989, political accommodations for the Islam era. So finally, the government support the establishment of Islamic bank, even though in a very limited practice of banking scale. So in 1990, Indonesian Muslim Council held a seminar to discuss the bank interest issues, because what makes different between conventional and Islamic banking is the issues of interest or usury. And then finally, in 1991 up to 1992, Indonesia government approved the establishment of Islamic Bank, currently known as Bank Muamalat Indonesia, or BMI. And then in this space, as you can see, this is a blowing ideas, rethinking. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, laser pointers, yeah. So in this space, especially, we can see that the blowing ideas and rethinking to establish Islamic banks, publishing books and journals, and teaching Islamic economic subjects in the universities are introduction step to establishment for Islamic banks. Therefore, I really respect to the Jeddah School of Banking or Finance to have this beautiful agenda, this really precious agenda, because universities or maybe colleges have very significant impact to establish something, to develop something as attentions to the country. Because as we know, education is maybe expensive, but ignorance is more expensive. Okay, now let's see. This is the first Islamic Bank in Indonesia, that's called by Bank Muamalat Indonesia, which has a tagline, first purely Sharia. This is the logo then and then right now. So this is about 1991 up to 1992. And then in the third phase, this is the maturations of the concept and setting phase, which is there is a supportive regulations from the Indonesian government, such as in the 1992, as you can see, the law of number 7 of 1992 of Indonesian bank as a legal framework for Islamic bank. But unfortunately, the term of Islamic bank was not explicitly stated. It was expressed as bank based on the principle of sharing. And then in 1998, the law number 7 become law number 10 of 1998, that clearly stating that Indonesia has, there are two banking systems, dual banking system in Indonesia, the conventional banking system and then the Islamic banking system. And finally, until up to now, in 2008, law number 21 of 2008 was issued as a specific law for Islamic or Sharia banking in Indonesia. So for information, maybe if some of you visit Indonesia, you might not found the term of Islamic bank. Instead of Islamic bank, Indonesian people commonly use Sharia banking. But both of them, Islamic and Sharia, are the same. Yeah. So now we will continue to the next slides. Yeah, this is about what makes different between Islamic banks and conventional bank. As you know, there is in the term of aspect, in principle, conventional banks based on interest transactions, or maybe in Arabic say we can say riba. But the Islamic banks, the absence of interest based or riba transactions, but based on profit and loss sharing. The definition of riba itself means additions. For example, if you borrow $10 from someone, so you have to turn back to him or to her in $20. So the $20 is really prohibited in Islamic banks, because the borrower is not use $10 after that. He just maybe use $10. So he don't he don't allow to return the money in $20. So in the term of operational profitable transactions, halal is not major considerations. Yes, in conventional bank, whether it is halal or haram, so it's no problem as long as it has a profit. But in Islamic banks, halal it means a legal permitted based in Islamic rule, and profit businesses transactions only, such as maybe the prohibitions of alcohol and so on, drugs and so on. So in the structure, organizations only under the supervision of Bank Indonesia, but Islamic Bank under the supervisions of Bank Indonesia and National Sharia Council. So the relationship, this is what I have already mentioned before. The relationship between, in the conventional bank, between the bank and the customer is a creditor and debtor. But in Islamic bank, the relationship between bank and customer is partners, investor, trader, buyer, and seller. So many relationship. It is based on the contract. So the evolution project, income from the advances, it gives a little attention to developing expertise, and risks are transferable at a price. But in Islamic bank, since it shares profit and loss, the Islamic banks pay greater attention to developing an assessment of the project and evaluations. So at the last, contract and structure. Conventional bank is the investor or lender is guaranteed of a predetermined rate of interest or returns. But in Islamic bank, it promotes risk sharing between investor and the user of funds or entrepreneur. That's all. Okay, so this is for information. There are maybe 33 Islamic banks in Indonesia, which can be divided into 3 groups later. So as you can see, there is maybe a Islamic commercial bank or a Sharia business unit network. There is a 33 up to right now for Islamic banks and Sharia business units, Islamic business unit. So there are 3 categories, especially of Islamic bank entities operating in Indonesia. The first is Islamic commercial banks, and the second is Islamic window bank, or maybe Islamic business units. It's another name. And the third is about Islamic rural banks. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. So in this slide, you can see, let's have a look at this slide, which has this chart is about the growth of Islamic banking assets in Indonesia from 2018 up to 2020 in trillion dollars, in trillion rupiah, I'm sorry. So it is year by year from 2018 up to now 2022. It already reached asset until now is 4.26 trillion rupiah, or maybe worth to 2007 56 billion US dollars. As you can see, the asset is keep growing. And then for the total asset in the growth of Islamic finance itself, this Islamic banking is a part of Islamic finance. So the growth of Islamic finance, also the total asset, is always increasing year by year. And up to 2022, it reached 2,357.48 trillion rupiah, or worth 4 trillion US dollars. So the total asset is keep growing year by year in Indonesia. So this is the positions of Indonesia in the global Islamic finance landscape. So Indonesia already reached in 7 ranking, global ranking for Islamic finance, with the total asset is 139 billion US dollars. And in the global ranking also, Islamic banking in Indonesia already reached ninth, yeah. And then global ranking with the total asset $48 billion. And then the Islamic insurance, it is a total asset $3 million, $3 million in the global asset. And then Islamic bond, or maybe sukuk in another name, with the total asset 84 billion US dollars. And then this is Islamic mutual funds in the 7 global ranking with the total asset 3 billion US dollars. This is the source from Islamic Finance Development Indicator 2022. Okay. So now, this is the introduction and the development, and then how is in Islamic banking in Indonesia, the position of the growth, and then in the global ranking. Now we are going to the next key point sections about the innovation in Islamic banking and financial services. So what is, or maybe what kind of innovations in Islamic banking and financial services that occurs in Indonesia? As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, my lovely audiences, there are 4 key point sections according to the innovations and development. And then, as you see, this digital transformations, and then innovative financial products and regulatory innovations and innovation financial ecosystem. Okay, for digital transformation is divided into 2. There is a mobile banking, maybe this is really common, and then there is also the Islamic digital bank. So in the term of innovative financial products, there is a green sukuk, cash wakafling sukuk, and securities crowdfunding syariah, or SCF. And then in the term of regulatory innovations, there is Indonesian Law number 4 of 2023, and also the Halal Industry Master Plan. And in an innovative financial ecosystem, there is Hajj and Umrah savings and gold pawning. So this is maybe the visualizations is what about digital transformations. This is from mobile banking of Bank Syariah Indonesia. So note that BSI, or Bank Syariah Indonesia, was established in 2021 through the merger of 3 state-owned Islamic banks. So BRI Syariah, PT Bank BRI Syariah, Bank Syariah Mandiri, and Bank BNI Syariah. So there are majors, and then to be Bank Syariah Indonesia with the biggest asset Islamic banks in Indonesia. So what makes it unique? What makes it very different with a conventional bank in the term of mobile banking maybe? So BSI, or Bank Syariah Indonesia Mobile Banking, already have a Sharia value propositions, which if you open the mobile banking of BSI, you will find Sharia transactions or Islamic transactions like Ziswaf, zakat, it means purifications, and then gold pawning, and Islamic informations like maybe prayer time. So because this is an Islamic bank, and then every customer in Islamic bank are allowed to pay their zakat through this mobile banking. So the next transformation is the use of commonly very common and very commercial for Indonesian people right now. They are using quick response code Indonesian standard, or QRIS, because our government supported with a cashless or maybe a digital currency. So BSI also in the BSI mobile banking, they are also provide this kind of features. And then also there is a digital bank in Indonesia, Islamic digital bank, the first Islamic digital bank in Indonesia, that's called by Aladdin. So that's about the digital transformations. Another thing is about innovative financial products like a green sukuk, and then which is supported to the sustainable development goals. And then this is a cash wakaf-linked sukuk, or maybe Islamic bonds that based on the wakaf funding. And then also there is also the securities crowdfunding Sharia or Islamic securities crowdfunding. And then what makes really happy for Indonesia's governments that our innovative financial products such as cash wakaf-linked sukuks already has been selected as the first winner of the prestigious Islamic Development Bank or ISDB for impactful achievement in Islamic economics. That's one of our innovative financial products like CWLS or sukuk. And then the next is about the innovative financial ecosystem. Okay, so there are two biggest banks in Indonesia, like Bank Syariah Indonesia and Bank Muamalat Indonesia, which has innovative financial ecosystem such as BSI with a gold pawning, and then Bank Muamalat Indonesia with a hedge and umrah savings. As we know, maybe because the mostly people Indonesians are Muslim, so they are.
Ms. Zara, just to
They are going to
Zara, can
perform
you hear
Hajj
me?
and Umrah savings. Yes, please.
Yeah, what we do is we have a very senior banker here who's the chairman of a bank, has been a chairman of a bank here. So your innovations, what I'll do is I'll invite him on the dais here, and Professor Hemant Manoj, who's another banker, we'll start this discussion, right, instead of your presentation because we have limited time, 1 hour, and then we'll seek your inputs on the innovation part when it comes in. So may I have Dr. Rajiv Dubey and Dr. Hemant Manoj on dais, please? So can you, I hope you can hear them. Once the discussion is on, can she hear them? Yeah. So I think once they'll use the mic, and we'll seek your, instead of a presentation, we'll seek your views once the discussion starts. Yeah. I hand over to Professor Hemant Manoj now.
Should I continue my presentation or?
No, what we are saying is that I really loved your presentation. In fact, for our students, it's a great information because in India, we started talking about Islamic banking a few years ago. We are not talking about it anymore. But yes, the idea is that the students may understand a little more about this very innovative aspect, what you're discussing. But what I'd say is that let Professor Manoj pose some questions to you instead of a presentation to make it a little more attractive. I hope you'll be able to hear Professor Hemant Manoj, right? And he'll first discuss something with Dr. Dubey, who has been chairman of one of the largest banks in India. And then he'll pose some questions to you. And we'll definitely want to share your slides, if you wish, with our students. And I can have your separate session for a 1 hour plus in the classroom in time to come, right? So right now, I open the floor for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, maybe do you have any questions according to the presentations just now? Or maybe I will start. Okay, yes. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Miss Inas. Thank you very much. We had a lovely presentation from you. So now we will be taking it forward, and we are privileged to have Dr. Dubey over here. I mean, he has led one of the largest banks in India, and being a career banker, we would love to hear from him. We have a very small presentation from Dr. Dubey first. We would like to hear from him some of the points that he will be making in the presentation, and then we will engage in a short discussion. Please, sir.
Yes.
Will you start?
Yes.
Good afternoon, friends. I'll just take you to the overview and how in banking and financial services innovations happened. At least I have been witness to that for last 47 years. So in very, very brief, in just 10 slides. Okay. When we joined the banking in 1977, many of you would not have been born even. There was a manual banking. There was no technology, zero technology, no risk management, no IT department, no computers. Now in manual banking, when we joined, we heard, like I was joined Punjab National Bank, PNB teller services were introduced. Even that was an innovation, that instead of taking token and going for long payment, long time payment, you could get it on the counter itself, teller services. Then how it evolved, then clearing. Other banks' checks you could take, and then demand drafts. So slowly, the innovation started in banking. Basic saving instruments such as saving account, recurring. Now, what we know as SIP in mutual fund is actually old RD account, recurring deposit account. Then I remember we only suggested that why a fixed amount. So they went for flexi RD. That not necessary that you open 100 rupee per month RD account. I remember my father used to have 10 rupee saving account in post office, in all our, my sisters and other names, 10 rupee per month. Then it became, you could do, if you have capacity to put more, 15 rupees, 20 rupees, like that. It could be flexi, and you will get interest. But 10 rupees is the basic amount. Introduction required for, how new accounts were opened those days. By knowing from the existing customer. There was no KYC. We never heard of KYC, no Aadhaar, no PAN card. When you go to open an account, the manager will ask, the officer will ask, whom do you know? You should know some existing customer who will introduce you. Or if somebody is offering a good deposit, manager himself will introduce. And a lot of Benami khate were opened. So it was just like that we learned. Physical lien marked. Now suppose somebody is applying for IPO. In IPO, you had to mark lien on the balance rather than anything else. Now when the technology came, I am going straight, more focus on customer. In the technology, in the marketing world, the focus is on customer. So the customer-centric products, bank branches designed to suit customer requirement, customer convenience, top ambience, process simplification, better dynamic pricing. Now all these things started when the technology came. Innovation in product delivery by banks. Actually, lead was taken by private sector banks. ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank. There is no harm in telling, although we belong to public sector bank, but we were late in catching up with the technology. ATM. When I was in London in '92, I went for a course there. We saw ATMs there everywhere. Now we could find those ATMs in India after 30 years after that. So it was a gap of 30-40 years in technology adoption in our country those days. 24 hours cash withdrawal, check deposit, even cash deposit and use of debit card became popular. Centralized banking system, then came core banking solution, the present day banking, internet banking, anywhere banking, IMPS, NEFT, RTGS. Now the draft was replaced by online remittance, anywhere, anytime banking services. Online remittances became very popular and now you just don't visit the branch, you can do transactions from your home also. On remittance, SWIFT for interbank cross-border transfer, SWIFT was a interbank transfers with the world. All over the world you could do that. App-based payment solutions came, Bheem, UPI, Paytm, PhonePe, Google Pay. All these things are going for faster payment, which is being adopted by the country these days. Now, in the advent of technology, further things happened. Lending by financial institutions has been revolutionized. How? Earlier, you had to take loan from the bank, visiting there, submitting all papers. Now, spurt in online lending to various segments, including opportunity for customized lending for SME, for agriculture, for everything. You had a customized relief package was extended during Corona Kal, ECLGS to MSME sector in COVID-19 crisis. It was to the extent of 4 lakh crore the government extended help to MSMEs so that they could be sustained. It was based on 20% of outstanding credit being guaranteed fully by the government of India. Growth in credit card penetration, co-branded credit card. Now these are all innovations which happened over a period of time. Ripple effect in driving demand for various products and services. You see, if you go for buying an electronic product, now you get, or a new mobile is launched, you can get a zero interest loan immediately from any bank and then EMI based. So you have to shell out only 3,000-4,000 rupees. Rest can be paid in EMIs of 6 months, 12 months or 16 months, 18 months. Easy financing, low or no cost EMIs for buying consumer electronics, key driver for demand for these products. Now this is how demand for these products went up. Hub and spoke model for retail lending. This became popular only in the last 2 decades. Central processing specialized branches where every branch is not doing everything. There are dedicated branches so that overlapping can be avoided and uniformity of sanctions could be there. Emergence of fintech companies. You see a lot of noise is there in the environment these days. RBI is coming heavily on them because they are doing a lot of things which are not warranted also. Fintech companies which are tech-enabled financial service provider, especially they offer small loans, personal loans and consumer loans online. A lot of frauds started taking place. In the name of KYC, double financing started taking place. So the Reserve Bank regulator put a lot of brakes on that. I'll talk about it a little later. Mutual funds. This industry evolved in the last 20 years. Investment through SIPs, one-time investment. People forgot what was recurring deposit, although it is still there, a very popular product in bank, but now it has been taken over by SIP, monthly. Diverse products to suit customer requirements, large, mid, small cap, flexi cap. I am just giving a headline thing. Debt equity focus fund, thematic funds like infrastructure fund, retirement benefit and pension plan. Now all these are very popular in the country presently. Online marketplace for mutual fund, you could go and buy, make a choice. Common portfolio statement across different categories of investment is available through the service provider. Insurance. So mutual fund, because it is a financial services. Banking, mutual fund, now insurance. Both life, non-life, health insurance became very popular in the country. Earlier it was a monopoly of LIC or 4 non-life insurance companies. Now we have wide range product offering for life and non-life, rapid digitization, online marketplace, policy bazaar, premium payment through website. New innovation is going to happen. Bima Sugam, it is going to be launched very soon, all online. The regulator of insurance is launching this product maybe in the coming 2-3 months. Deepening insurance coverage, and the target is to cover the whole country by 2047. Let us see. Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana and several other schemes became popular globally and now very, very useful for the mankind. Consequently, insurance companies, life and non-life, witnessed 18% growth in premium in last financial year, half year, fastest growth rate globally. India's insurance industry is projected to reach $222 billion by 2026, sixth largest market globally. Investment banking. Now another financial services. Now new methods to invest in stock markets are taking place. In the earlier session, Mr. Amarjit Chopra was talking about a lot of things, what SEBI is doing, what RBI is doing. They are doing a lot of good things also. If we analyze critically or in a negative way, everything there will be a problem. But the positive things are also there. I'll only talk about them. from T+2 to T+1 and now T+0 settlement. Nowhere in the world any regulator has tried it. Last week only SEBI introduced T+0 settlement for 25 stocks, and it has gone successfully with both BSE and NSE. This is the first thing that has been done in the world. DMAT, entire investment is through DMAT, NSDL, CDSL. Now these institutions has also, as a part of innovation, they have evolved. Development of sophisticated investment products, derivatives, REITs, InvITs, paperless gold investment and ETFs. All these hybrid funds are also there in the market. Wider fundraising options from domestic as well as international market. Evolving bond market. You might have heard that recently JP Morgan has included Indian bond in the global bond index from June 2024. What is expected? That more than $60 billion funds will flow into India. If that happens, the Indian bond market, which has not been evolving, will really see light of the day. Development of gift city at Gandhinagar. Opening of GSEC market to retail investors through gilt funds. PNB gilts is a primary listed security, primary gilt. Digital transformation of BFSI. Round the clock banking. AI and data analytics now being adopted everywhere. Blockchain banking, biometrics, financial inclusion, Jan Dhan account, the JAM Trinity, which present Prime Minister popularized a lot. Online KYC, you can open an account sitting here of any bank if you have on your Google Drive KYC documents with you like Aadhaar and PAN. Nothing to be done, no paper to be submitted, and your account will be opened even without any balance. Remote passbook printing, cloud computing, chatbot, digital currency. Reserve Bank has launched this also, digital currency. Now in some countries in the world only it has been tried. It is still not a popular product, but it has been already launched in the country. There are many more. Various mechanisms and scientific, now risk management. Now another important thing is when you do a lot of innovation, risk is there. And in the financial sector, risk mitigation techniques have to be evolved. So how it happened? Earlier it was a thumb rule. We used to go by our gut feeling and experience. Now. So scientific tools are there now. Various mechanisms and scientific risk management tools, models have been developed for prevention of default, monitoring of operational, systemic, exchange rate, interest rate and market risk, various types of risk. Managing capital adequacy ratios, several risk-based computerized models are being adopted which can give indicators based on historical data. Now here there is a catch. I also felt wondering that why risk management, despite so much evolving, it fails. An account which is rated A, AA, AAA, it suddenly becomes D. There is some problem. What like Mr. Chopra was telling, ILFS, Diwan, I know when I was ED in Central Bank, Diwan used to come sit outside my cabin fighting for reduction of rate of interest. Because now there is a risk-based pricing. If your risk rating is very good, AAA, you can command base rate also. And we were not exceeding because our profit margin was thinning. What happened later on? From AAA rated, they suddenly go down to D rated. So nothing is foolproof. People find flaws and they cut corners. It is always evolving and we have to keep strengthening, we have to keep reviewing this. Asset Liability Committee, ALCO, every bank, every financial institution has this to review their position of asset and liability and fixing rate of interest accordingly. Risk rating, both internal and external, of account and account holder. Even account holder, high risk customer, low risk customer, high risk account, low risk account. There are accounts where funds are transferred from abroad, which may not be KYC compliant. So a lot of things, this is happening mostly in the Gulf countries or small towns of Bihar, Jharkhand. where a lot of remittances are coming from abroad, and those accounts people keep silent bankers because they are getting deposit. But a lot of funds, they come from terrorists and other, so one has to be very, very particular about it. CIBIL score, be aware, young boys and girls, CIBIL is something people take it very lightly. CIBIL, if your CIBIL is, affected, your lifelong, you cannot draw loans from the bank. Even if there is one EMI default, even if there is one credit card payment default, you will be marked there. Even if you settle it by OTS or by compromise or by paying money, they will mark settled by compromise, settled by write-off. I spoke to even CIBIL chairman, who is a good friend of mine. इसकी कोई गलती नहीं, इसको ठीक. There is no system which is wrong. There is no system of correction. Once your CIBIL score becomes problematic, your housing loan, your vehicle loan, your entire loaning capacity for your whole life gets vitiated. Be careful. It looks very simple, but it is not that simple. Risk-based product pricing, rule-based retail lending, rule-based lending in KCC, Kisan Credit Card and MSME. Yes, in agricultural lending, there are a lot of defaults or NPAs, but we have no choice. We have to continue to finance farmers. They are the backbone of the society. The whole country is dependent on agriculture, 60% population. So that is a rolling finance. Once you give a Kisan Credit Card finance, I know I was a regional manager PNB Ayodhya Faizabad in 1999 when KCC was launched first. We used to go to chini mills, sugar mills, Balrampur chini mill and all. And all farmers we were giving Kisan Credit Card. They are in trap for whole life. It is like a cash credit limit or an overdraft limit. It goes down, it goes up, it is a seasonal. But then there is no other alternative which has been found. Maybe in the world of innovation something new emerges here also. I don't find CC, OD or KCC to be a viable option for lending. This is my personal view. Remote risk-based audit by RBI, system-driven NPA. Now, manually we were recognizing NPA. Now you would have no intervention. System-driven NPA. Computer would say there is a default of 180 days, it becomes NPA. And that is why you have to make provision reducing your profit. Mudra loan, another financial services innovation. Mudra loan, the present Prime Minister, the present government popularized this product for the entrepreneurs. Startup funding, boost to entrepreneurship, all these things are required also in our large country with a huge population. Funding to MSME sector by CGTMSE, collateral-free lending up to 5 crores. Segmented lending by the banks by opening specialized branches, large corporate, mid corporate, MSME branches, retail branches and agriculture branches, so that there is a segmented approach for better attention and faster delivery. There is a commodity market also which is evolved in the country. Factoring and forfeiting in collection of dues and in foreign dues collection. Debt securitization. In Bombay market, debt securitization is taking place a lot. With your IDFC Bank, Hemanji, we were doing a lot of debt securitization, buying 100 crores packets of housing loan rather than doing to borrowers directly. Some NBFC has done, say, 100 crores worth of loan. They don't have liquidity. They want further finance. I am a big bank. I will buy 100 crores with some conditions, of course. Though those terms will be, I will have margin loaded in that of interest, and then will provide 100 crores to you. So you get finance. You can continue to finance further. So debt, of course, there had been Bank of India, and it worked. Try that. Many of us, though literate, we don't try. We keep suffering. There are one-page ads coming in all leading newspapers. You see the process step by step. Digitally, you can log your complaint to Ombudsman and it will be heard. Because there is a time limit for everything. Faster grievance redressal through MSME and other portals of the bank. India is 5th largest economy ahead of UK and France. We are talking of growth, growth, growth. It is likely to move ahead of Japan and Germany in the next 3 to 5 years. We say this year's GDP growth is likely to cross 8% or 7.5%. We are growing and growing. It looks we will continue to grow. Current pace of digital transformation in the country and innovation in banking and financial services is unprecedented and is likely to become a springboard for India's growth story. I have only a few points here to say. A word of caution. This is required. When I was a leader in the bank as a zonal manager, general manager, ED and chairman, I used to say, high growth, high control. A banker can only succeed when he believes in high growth and high control. Respect for audit and control is very essential, self-control. Now what is the slogan we can have for our economy? High growth, but high discipline and high compliance. Had Paytm gone by discipline and compliances, problem in our country is we don't believe in compliance. Our environment is such, हम बचपन से जब पैदा होते हैं, we enjoy being non-compliant. हमारे नेचर में इनबिल्ट है non-compliant. मुझे याद है 92 में जब हम इंग्लैंड में थे, रात को 2:30 बजे हम ला रहे थे, हाईवे पे जिनके साथ जा रहे थे, उन्होंने गाड़ी रोक दी, रेड सिग्नल था. हमने कहा भाई क्या हुआ, तो रात है. बोले इस पे फ़ोटो आ जाएगी, 30-40 साल पुरानी बात बता रहा हूँ, और पेनाल्टी मिलेगी 1000 पाउंड. मेरी गाड़ी की कीमत इतनी नहीं है. फियर ऑफ पेनाल्टी, फियर ऑफ पनिशमेंट, एंड देन मेरा जो ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस जब्त हो जाएगा जो कभी नहीं मिलेगा. इतना सीवियर पनिशमेंट है, तो डर के मारे, जैसे भय बिन होए न प्रीत, बिना डर के कंप्लायंस होता नहीं है. I remember when I went to Washington for license for opening branch in New York for Canara Bank. I was grilled by those people for 8 hours along with my 7 general managers. And then we were given license. They interviewed my compliance officer, which we had selected randomly. किसी को भी ऐसी. He has to be trained, बोले वो उसको trained होना चाहिए, qualified. So compliance, it is very essential. We don't believe in compliance as a country. हमारे blood में नहीं है वो. Let us admit it. इसीलिए पेटीएम के शर्मा जी, चंद्रशेखर, I know very well, जो easy go lucky type के आदमी हैं. Banking is a serious business. Financial services is a serious business. You will have to be compliant. 100% compliant. There is no shortcut to success and disciplined lending. If you are, you can grow and grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dubey sir. It was a wonderful presentation. I will, I am taking the liberty of bringing in few innovations over here. One innovation we already have in this auditorium. We have given a lot of attendance and ODs, so the auditorium is full now. so we also think in advance. The second innovation is, having heard 2 of the wonderful presentations, I will not ask any question any further.
No, most welcome.
No, we have heard a lot, and in the interest of session, unless, okay, the other innovation I can do is, I will take 1 question for Dr. Dubey and 1 question for Ms. Inas from the audience, anyone, whoever hand I see first. I could see some people listening attentively, So I do hope some question will come. Yes, Professor Ramchandran will ask.
Thank you. My question is, I think probably for both of you, but as it relates to the whole compliance activity, right? Do you believe that whether the Islamic banks in Indonesia or banks in India, whether it is the private banks or the public sector undertaking banks, are they on par with global standards as it relates to compliance? If not, how far back are they to catch up to leading banks, whatever you consider as the benchmark?
Sir, my reply is very blunt. We are nowhere near to.
Recording in progress.
We are nowhere near to the real standards. When I was CMD, now let me narrate a real incident. RBI prescribed we had to have a compliance officer separately, who will not be under any GM. He'll be responsible to board, okay? Directly under, not CMD, board. I was heading the board. Of the rank of not below DGM or GM, that means the top management. They didn't prescribe any qualification, experience. So we also selected any Tom, Dick and Harry who was not very good in operational field. हमने उसको DGM बना दिया. Now every month he used to collect a compliance statement from all departments, HR, audit, credit, retail. All would say all complied, nil. About 20 annexures and one covering note to me. Sir, all complied. What do you mean? If the whole bank is so much compliant, why the audit report, the statutory audit report, they are of 100 pages. RBI is risk audit. No, sir, I am telling you, we are nowhere near.
No, my question is not so much in terms of what happened in the past, but as of today, how far back are we from global benchmark standards as it comes to compliance?
Technology has brought a lot of.
Ram, only one question.
Yeah.
It's the same question.
Anyway, it is a related question. The thing is, technology has brought a lot of things. Now there are software which do a lot of purging and non-compliances. Any deviation done by anybody is caught. So there are systems and processes which are now being implemented in the banks. I am talking of 10 years back. I retired 10 years back. In last 10 years, a lot of things have changed and compliance standards have gone up. Regulators have become very tight. For any small thing, there is a penalty of 5 crores, 10 crores by Reserve Bank. Now that alone works. It should not happen. And bank has to declare in their balance sheet, in every, all such disclosures in website. So because of punishment being done by Reserve Bank, they don't take anything. You see in Paytm what they went in terms of counseling the person, telling them once, twice, thrice. They cancelled the license. They didn't bother what are going to be the consequences. So one big punishment has really shaken the whole industry. If you have heard the last week statement of Reserve Bank Deputy Governor, Mr. Rao, what he said, I'll just read out the line. They believe in, I'll just tell you what he said, in inverted commas. Regarding innovation, he told, the same topic that we have, need to remain alert about financial service innovations. Innovations always may not be good. Technology and innovations can expand product offerings and financial services to underserved segments at lower cost. But the entry of new players, especially fintech firms, can alter the financial service provider landscape itself. They encourage responsible innovation, not reckless innovation. I hope we answered your question. The level of compliance needs to still improve further.
Thank you. Thank you. Any question for Ms. Inas?
Yeah, Ms. Zara, I think one question which comes to my mind, how much do you think, does Indonesia also have the Western banking system? And if yes, what are the, problems or, points of ease which people feel with both the banking systems? Or probably from your side, what could be the positives of the Western banking, or what could be the positives and negatives of the Islamic banking system according to you?
Thank you so much for the questions. And then maybe I would like to answer as based on my experiences. So thank you, sir. How is the positive and negative for having a dual banking system in Indonesia right now? Maybe the positive effect, of course, it is improving the Islamic banking itself, and then is improving an asset, of course, for Islamic banking by supporting system from the government, regulatory, and also the citizens and Indonesian people. But maybe the problem is there is a lack of financial literacy in Indonesia, especially to distinguish between this dual banking system. Maybe for some of Indonesian people, in Islamic bank and conventional bank are the same. There is no different aspect in the ecosystem, but because it happens because of the lack of financial literations, especially in dual banking system, and then also maybe there is also support from universities and colleges according to explain to the colleges, to the students, especially what makes difference between both of them. That's the negative effect. And the positive one, of course, it's supported in the growth of the total asset, even though it's Islamic banking or in Islamic or in conventional banking, and with the total asset of finance in Indonesia. I hope this answer will convenience for you. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ms. Zara.
We have now come to the end of this session, and we heard Dr. Dubey as well as you, and it was quite a nice session with some innovations thrown in between, wherein we changed the program also, plan schedule also based on the need of the time. So on this note, I think, sir, we will end over here. I mean, our wish was that we could take this much further, but like they say in Hindi, सितारों से आगे जहाँ और भी है, और मोहब्बत के आगे इम्तिहान और भी है. So, wishes were horses, then we could have done a lot of things. But so on this note, we'll end over here, and thank you very much.
We would like to thank Professor Dubey for sharing his insights on innovations in banking and financial sector, and we will surely make sure, sir, that our CIBIL score is not hampered.
I would also like to extend my gratitude towards Professor Zara for her extremely insightful presentation on Islamic banking. I'm sure all of our students will go back this evening with a better understanding of the principles behind Sharia banking and its development. And I would also like to thank Professor Manuj for moderating the session. I would now like to call upon Professor Manuj to present our guest today, Professor Dubey, with a memento as a token of our gratitude and respect.
So I think, Zara, we have probably one for you also. We'll see that if we could make it reach you. Yeah.
I would also like to call Professor Alok Pandey to give Professor Manuj a memento for his efforts.
Thank you very much. We have your contribution here. Let me get the privilege of contribution. Not.
We now move on to the next session. I would now like to call Rajivi and Abhay to take over. Thank you very much.
Students have to stay back for the next session for the attendance.
Guys, we really request you to. Guys, we really request you to stay back. We have a session scheduled now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Abhay Singh Tomar, and with me is Rajavi, and we welcome you all to the second panel discussion of the day on digital/telecom infrastructure services growth, building resilience and propelling growth. I request our esteemed panelists, Dr. Ajit Shankar, Mr. Amit Chitnis, and Professor Ram B. Ramachandran to please join us on the stage for the commencement of the session. Before proceeding to the discussions, let us introduce our speakers for the day.
First, we have Dr. Ajit Shankar, the MD, Managing Director and CEO of Ardem Tavogen Private Limited. Dr. Shankar brings over 30 years of telecom infrastructure management experience. Starting as a Group A officer in the, in the Department of Telecommunication, Government of India, he holds senior roles at BSNL, Nokia India, Tower Vision, XCEL Telecom, ATC India, and Viom Networks. Renowned for his expertise in startups and M&A deals, Dr. Shankar's career is one of excellency and prestige. He holds a BTech from IIT Varanasi and a PGDBM from IIM Calcutta and a PhD in strategic management from GD Goenka, Gurgaon.
Next, we have Mr. Amit Chitnis, the Vice President of Lean Digital Transformation, Genpact. Having previously served in the same capacity at HSBC Global Finance, he is renowned for his expertise in digital processes, transformation, Lean Six Sigma, and process re-engineering. Mr. Chitnis brings over 23 years of invaluable experience from GE Genpact, IBM, and HSBC, and is celebrated as a certified Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt. He holds a BSc from IHM Mumbai and has completed the executive program in banking, fintech, and applied risk management from IIM Lucknow. I welcome both the guests to our university. It is a pleasure hosting you.
Last but certainly not the least, we have our own Professor Ram B. Ramachandran, Professor and Vice Dean of the Jindal School of Banking and Finance, JSBF. Professor Ramachandran is an accomplished educator specializing in management, leadership, entrepreneurship, and emerging technologies. With over 35 years of corporate experience, he has led global information management practices and high growth businesses across financial services and retail industries. Most recently, Professor Ram was the managing director at Ernst & Young EY, New York, and has worked with several blue chip companies, including PwC and Merrill Lynch. Deeply committed to education and mentorship, he offers courses on technology, management, and leadership. His research explores the intersection of technology, entrepreneurship, and education, as mentioned before. He holds an MBA from the Stern School of Business, NYU, a Bachelor of Engineering from University of Madras, and a FinTech certificate from MIT. Please, let's give them a huge round of applause, and we can begin the session.
Thank you very much, Abhay and Rajiv. Can I please request the folks who are standing and talking that this is not the place and time. If you want to, you can leave the room. And those who want to play around with their phones, this is not the place and time either. And if you wanted to listen and learn, that's fine. If you have questions, that is absolutely fine, right? The session today is on infrastructure services, how that is going to be a catalyst for growth, not just in India, but across the globe as well. Whenever you think of infrastructure, what do you think about? What comes to mind when you think about infrastructure? Resources, okay, what else? What else comes to mind when you think of infrastructure? Capital expenditure, okay, we'll cut to that. Yes? Huh? Growth, okay, yeah. What does that mean? So infrastructure foundational, right? So when you think of infrastructure in any economy, first thing that comes to mind is typically the bridges, the roads, right? The railways, the education system patterns. Those are what comes to mind when you think of infrastructure. And when you think of infrastructure, the other quick word that gets attached is the word public. Because most of the infrastructure in any economy, any country around the world, starts with focusing on public services and public goods. So if you go back to if I look at a classic example of the inter and the regional road systems in the US, which started in almost 90 years back by President Roosevelt, it was about connecting people across different parts of the US, right? How do I improve commerce? How do I improve business? By connecting people across the different parts of the country. And so the intercoastal, interregional transport and road system, please stop talking amongst yourselves, please. You can leave if you don't want to, but please don't disturb the session. Thank you. That's how it started. So if you think about in India, the whole transport and the road system started probably, there was in patchwork, but then the whole quadrilateral triangle or those systems that started probably in the 90s, right? That's what initiated that. So when you think of all these different bridges, tunnels, and education systems and hospital systems, even defense, right? All those things are public infrastructure, right? That means the government of India is funding for many of these activities. What has happened in the last 10, 15 years is that entire public infrastructure has gone digital. So with the advent of technology, with the advent of all kinds of technology, not just in terms of computing and information processing, but also in terms of mobile technology, in terms of space technology, in terms of other types of health technologies, the public infrastructure has also gone digital. So when we think of roads for now, it is not just about laying the tar road, right? It is about how these roads are getting laid, the design of those roads, that has gone digital. If you think about the toll collection, right, the FASTag, that has gone digital. Nobody, now we don't have to stand and deal in cash at the toll booths. Similarly, if you think about your public transportation, a lot of those things are now gone digital as well, whether it's your reservation systems, your payments platforms, and so on and so forth. The significant thing that has happened is in terms of finance, how much it has changed in the last 7, 8 years' time, for which the foundations were laid, probably about in around 2008, right? So in today's session, what we'll do is I have two very renowned and extremely experienced individuals from the industry, and we'll explore in terms of how these infrastructure services are essentially helping grow India's economy and what the roadblocks and challenges may be when we think about it. So I'm going to start with you, Dr. Ajit, straight away. And I'm not going to lay out data points and statistics which we heard about from this morning in terms of number of internet users, number of mobile users. All these are very rosy, nice, good data points. So we'll assume that we know that. It's nothing to keep harping on the same thing, which is great. So let me start with the fact that, especially with your background in mobile and services and mobile technology, that's very fundamental to what we are doing in terms of providing digital public infrastructure. Without a mobile technologies, we wouldn't be here where we are. The problem I still see is that we still rank pretty low as it relates to our ability to provide fast connections, right? Whether it's a 5G connectivity or the penetration of fiber at home connectivity and so on and so forth, right? So from your vantage point, where do you see the challenges as it relates to the mobile services and mobile technologies in India? Because that will have some implications in terms of our financial inclusion activities and such. So I'll take it from there. So if you can just provide your thoughts initially, and then I think there is a mic there. Is there? Yeah. No, you can take mine. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Ram. The question that you asked is very important and very vital for understanding the same. We need to see how the mobile infrastructure has grown in India. So we were one of the late entrants, and in '94 we started the mobile telecommunication rollout. Started in '93, '94 after the 2G auctions. The government has been treating it as a cash cow, so every time the auction is there, basically whosoever the government is, irrespective of the parties, they feel that it's a medal, how much money they have earned from it. And then there is significant imbalance in different types of infrastructure. So there are infrastructure in Hindi, we call it Adharbhut Sanrachna. Adharbhut Sanrachna is the basic, the fundamentals. Now, even the parts of infrastructure for growth, they need infrastructure. So mobile telecommunication as a component of infrastructure, this required electricity or energy, and this required roads, right? So the growth, because of the fact that the multinationals came, a lot of money was pumped in, population was such that every year the people were becoming very happy seeing what is the number of growth in number of subscribers. Now, number of subscribers, in the zeal to see the growth in number of subscribers, we forgot that there is something called top line and bottom line of the company, and the company needs to survive. And that is why, I mean, with small turbulence, when the Reliance Jio came, basically it crashed like a pack of cards. And there are 13, 14 companies which now have come down to effectively to 3 telecom companies. Now, the imbalance I was talking about, the energy was growing with 7%, or 7.5% per annum, and it's still growing almost at the same rate, while the telecommunication subscribers were growing by 40%, 50%, at times doubling. Exponential growth was happening, right? So in that fast pace, basically the quality suffered. The quality of network we have not been able to maintain, the quality of network infrastructure. is not comparable with developed world. So now the second thing which was happening in telecommunication is that we had to catch up with the world. Now, these days, basically, by the time you end up reading one pager or introductory note on a generation of technology, so if someone is talking of NG, by the time you read the 2-pager note, someone else will be talking about N plus 1G, right? So 3G to 4G to 5G to 6G, whatever, was happening so fast that by the time you roll out one technology, by the time you are in the midst of one technology growth, some other technology has already come, right? So the networks were never optimized. And as a late entrant, when we were trying to optimize, also because, okay, one vital thing I forgot to tell, some of you might be knowing, actually, in terms of average revenue per user, India across in the world, it has been the lowest. I mean, barring Venezuela, which is an exception and is a small country, the number of mobile subscribers are pretty low. Barring Venezuela, India is the lowest, and it has an induction effect. So Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, they are in the lowest 6 countries where the RPU is the lowest, right? So this has also happened because of, again, imbalance in growth. So telecommunication in isolation cannot grow unless you increase the GDP of the country as such. Unless the other sectors also do equally well, people will not be able to spend. And in the zeal to maximize the subscribers, initially revenues and subsequently subscriber retention, RPUs have never increased, barring last 2-3 years. So that again has led to paucity of capital, which has led to the fact that the quality of infrastructure has not been that good. And that is the reason when Singapore and Hong Kong are talking of 255 Mbps, we are stuck with our 60 Mbps or so.
Can I just pick it up from there, if you don't mind? Yeah. So it looks like what you're saying is that the infrastructure, mobile infrastructure itself requires certain capital infrastructure, and the capital flow into the mobile sector is not adequate to keep pace with it. And that could be for various reasons, because the spectrum that is available to us is lower, and then the RPU is low, which is the average.
Spectrum is costlier.
Yeah, it is costlier probably compared to other right? So then I'm going to turn it back to you, Amit, in terms of the capital inflows for whether it is mobile infrastructure or other types of digital infrastructure. From your vantage point as a consultant, as a previous banker, do you think there is sufficient flow of funds to digital infrastructures, whether public or private standpoint? And B, where do you see the growth, or where do you see the flow of funds coming from? If government is not spending, I think we heard about in the earlier session today that the infrastructure funding is pretty low compared to many other countries in India. So how do you expect that gap between what is really required for India to reach the Viksit Bharat 2047 goals, and where we are today as it relates to infrastructure spending itself, purely from a financing and capital inflow perspective?
Thank you, Professor Ram. Now, there are multiple ways to look at this. Okay, we've just heard that because of the paucity of spend that people are doing, there is a lack of funding available, right? We all know that the amount that the government will spend on infrastructure development, whether digital or otherwise, that will always be somewhat limited. It's not going to be unending, right? So the money has to come from somewhere. The question is finding the right balance of where to source the money from. right? One obvious source is FDI, but do you really want to open up your economy to that extent that you're extremely in debt to other countries and other organizations? Or do you want to promote the wealth internally to start investing in your own infrastructure needs, right? One possible source of that could be, we also heard in the previous session about all the innovation that is happening in fintech and other forms of startups, right? So the public and private partnership model, in my view, can work substantially well. Why am I saying that? If again you look at the stats, the number of unicorns that we have in terms of startups in India today versus what was there a few years ago, there's been an exponential rise. There is a huge amount of capital which is available to us, provided we can find the right balance on the benefits that we can offer to these people and return on their own investment. That's a very, very personal opinion, and I could be completely off the mark, but that's my view on it. It's going to be a combination of all of these sources. I do not think that we'd be able to answer the entire problem with just one source of spend, but there'll be a combination of all of these. But I see these unicorns, these new innovators, as being heavily contributing towards this growth.
So let me just, I understand where you're coming from. I'm not sure whether the whole use of unicorn as an example would work really, because unicorns just provide the top line growth and basis,
absolutely,
right?
and
most of them are probably realizing losses well into their the $3 billion and $4 billion mark. But I really wanted to then again stress and understand from your perspective in terms of the digital transformation that is happening in India, that either whether perceptibly or not, where do you see that evolving into, right? So I'm not saying that what has happened, whether it is the financial payments technology, whether it is in terms of other forms of agricultural technologies and etc. But where do you see this entire transformation process of digital transformation happening from an India perspective?
Okay. Going back to the brief conversation that we had previously, we had spoken briefly about financial inclusion. I see that is where this is heading into, because a lot of things have been done in so when it comes to transformation, when it comes to innovation, there are three main aspects to it. First is the enablement. Okay, so you build the foundation to launch a certain innovative practice. Second is creating the awareness. And third is then moving on to the adoption. Now, in the recent past, we've seen a lot of enablement practices have been accomplished in terms of Digital India, your UPIs and so on and so forth. There is a lot of awareness, but now the adoption needs to kick off. There is a large number of users, I'm sure in this room as well, who have stopped carrying cash. I have. I rarely have any cash in my pocket. But the large proportion of the population of India still does not do that. They're still reliant very heavily on paper money. That is where the adoption needs to increase. And that is where the next wave of this digital transformation in my mind is going to head. How do you increase the adoption of these practices? And how do you get inclusion of all these unbanked individuals into formal banking? That's where I see this heading.
So you talked about the last mile of financial inclusion, whether it is a marginalized society, be it women. I mean, there was a conversation around women not getting into this space. So whether it is the women not being included financially or financial literacy aspect of it, I understand from where you're coming from in terms of the last mile of the digital transformation. I wanted to go back to you, Ajit. In terms of, when you're thinking of the financial inclusion as the end goal or potential for the end goal of the digital transformation, and the fact that some of these other underlying technology, whether it is the electricity and power, right, or whether it is in terms of the entire water accessibility, right, and how do you establish that from an infrastructure perspective? And mobile, obviously, is a big element of it. So where do you see these gaps in terms of addressing the needs of the last 120 million people who are unbanked, or the people who needed to be brought into the whole financial ecosystem?
So financial inclusion actually is talked in different senses. If financial inclusion means here for our discussions, if it means that a number of people are to be brought in the banking system, or they should use digital devices while managing their finances, then it's different. But I think then I'd like to expand it slightly in the sense that the problem is not in financial inclusion. The problem is in general in financial growth. Is it not on? Yeah. The problem is that there should be financial growth and the inequalities in income should go away. Unless that happens, basically, whatever digital transformation we are talking about, this will be limited to some people. Since the user base will be limited, the IRRs of the investors or the returns to the investors will be limited, and it comes down to the initial question which you posed: where from will the money come? Money for any profitable business, for any business which is going to generate returns, profits, money is not a problem. Resource is not a problem. Alvin Toffler wrote in 1987-88 in his book Future Shock that resources are no constraint. You can have as much resource as possible, right? But the resources will come only if people see that it is meaningful. When you talk of smart cities, we can talk endlessly about it and say that, this has been constructed, that has been constructed, but the fact of the matter is that it has not been as successful as it was projected, and the fact of the matter is that this is because the financial model was not clear. Where from will the money come? That was not clear. And that is why the investments were limited, constrained, or very, very slow. So what is required is that in general, more people should be enabled to use the facilities and use the avenues which digitization is bringing in. That itself, there's a classic question that when the mobile services adoption or digital services adoption increases, does it accelerate the GDP growth rate? So it's the causal relationship is yet to be established, and people are still researching which is the cause and which is the impact. If the GDP increases, then the mobile growth density increases, or if the mobile density increases, then this happens. So similarly here, basically the digitization growth for that actually, in my opinion, in general, the GDP growth rate should be high, and it should include different sections. It shouldn't be that the rich is becoming richer and which is contributing to the overall GDP growth rate. Thankfully, yesterday I read in the news that the World Bank has revised its GDP growth projections and increased it by 1.2%. But and the infra growth that in terms of fiber laying, in terms of other digital growth, there is so much which is happening right now. Whether it can be put to right use, whether the people who are investing, they'll get returns, that will depend on two things. One is that the infrastructure needs to be efficiently operated and maintained. And that is what, when we last talked, I told you that the problem is that you have Nokias, you have Huawei's, Ericsson's of the world, right? You have Cisco. Tell me one JLL in digital world. one company which manages these all digital infrastructure. The problem is that despite the lowest RPUs, the companies could have survived had their operations and maintenance rates have been lower. The operations rates were high because there was energy deficiency. There was energy deficiency, and the network was being run on diesel, which was costlier. So there was cost imbalance. And secondly, there were no efficient proper companies to maintain the infrastructure, the large scattered network which was made. And that is what the government will need to enable. Now on that, I'm slightly jumping the gun, but on that I also wanted to talk about regulations. So the regulatory thing, and in the earlier I heard that the greatest thing which has happened in the last few years was GST, right? I agree. GST has made life very easy, very transparent, very good. But what it has done to mid-level and lower-level companies should also be seen. And these are the companies which are operating and maintaining infrastructure, be it roads, be it ports, be it airports, or digital infrastructure. The GST thing is a killer because the ultimate customer pays you in 2 months, 3 months, 4 months time. There is a MSME law which says that the customer should pay within 45 days. It doesn't. And if you have to survive, you have to be in the business, then you have to sign a waiver that I'll not implement or ask for favors because of the MSME Act. So you get if your margin is 10%, if your revenue is 100 rupees, so 90 rupees into 3 rupees, 270 you've already spent, plus 18 rupees of GST which you are giving, that also you pay in government in advance. So the government keeps on talking about facilitating the MSME, giving easy loans without collaterals, guarantees, right? It's not required. Why do you want to put them in a debt thing? Give them liberty to pay GST as and when they receive it, right? That is one. And two is that for companies, various companies, including my company actually, we have branches in multiple states, 13, 14 states, right? In every state after GST return, howsoever meticulously you do it, there are certain discrepancies which will be talked about, right? There is, at one place there is $100, at other place there is $1,000. For that you will receive a notice, and managing notices and the response to those notices have to be given and done in person. So we have employed a person basically who goes and talks to all the GST guys in all the states, right? So this is again, and this it's not just for us. It's basically all the companies in that range of revenues and profits. Basically, they are facing it. So these two things, if regularly in terms of regulation are facilitated, it'll be great for infrastructure maintenance at least as such.
Thank you, Dr. Ajit. I hear what you're saying. The pain is coming through, coming across clearly, whether it is related to the fact that the companies that need to maintain and manage these services are MSMEs, and they are getting double whammied because of the taxation policies. I understand that. But I want to pick on one word, right? I don't want to leave what you're saying aside, but I wanted to pick on some of the positive things, and that is related to smart city, okay? So like a lot of things that is happening in the last, I would say, 10 years or so, right? There is a lot of marketing gimmicks, right? Labels that are being thrown out, whether it is Make in India, Digital India, etc., etc. One other thing was Clean India, Smart City, etc., right? And with a lot of fanfare, these 100 smart cities were launched, and the gift city in Gujarat, etc. So according to you, what is the status of these smart cities? do you believe that these smart cities, and I'll ask the question for both of you, and let's please keep the answers very brief, whether these smart cities are actually taken off or not, A, and B, what is the problem with if you think there is a problem, what is the problem?
Honestly, yes, you're absolutely right. There was a huge amount of fanfare that was done when they were announcing the smart cities and what all they're going to do. They're going to put sensors everywhere and cameras everywhere, and everything is going to be linked and so on. It sounded very futuristic, but I had one basic question, and this is a question that I've asked a number of times in my career whenever I've gone to solve somebody's challenges. What is the problem you're trying to solve? I personally still don't understand that having a fully digital city, a fully smart city which has 100 different sensors everywhere and 1,000 cameras and so on, what is the problem you're trying to solve? There are components of that digital infrastructure or whatever is going to be used for the smart city that will definitely solve some problems. But does it necessarily mean that all of those solutions put together will solve one massive challenge? No, I don't think so. Utilization of certain aspects, like a smart grid, makes sense. It can be, instead of putting all your eggs in one basket and putting all the money in developing that one smart city, perhaps we should think about using smart grid solutions in a number of cities. Spread it out. Now, I'll give you a very simple example. One of the things as part of the smart grid or maybe a small component of the smart grid also goes towards how solar power generation is used. Today, in Delhi NCR, we can have a solar panel setup installed on our terraces. It feeds into batteries or power storage, right? We use as much as we want. The rest of it feeds back into our grid. How is that enabled? That is part of the smart grid. Now, that same technology, if it is spread across a number of cities, think of the amount of power that will get generated and fed back into the grid. Given the current demands that we have, that's a better utilization of the resources, in my view. Again, this is purely my personal view on things. The other aspect being, do we realize the requirement today, or have we just jumped onto it without fully comprehending what we are dealing with? Just because Singapore has done this, just because somebody is doing it in Europe somewhere, does it really mean that it's going to be of benefit to us today? They've been at it for a number of years. We've mentioned it in a couple of different sessions today, right? In terms of all of this development, we're still way behind, right? Can we really make that quantum leap by introducing technology that we're not ready for yet? Maybe there are other things that we need to concentrate on, and some things are better done slow and steady.
What about you, sir?
Yeah, I 100% agree with what I 100% agree with what Amit said, and exactly. In fact, I'll just reinforce it by saying that, I mean, this was a marketing gimmick, basically. Marketing some country, city as a smart city and all. I mean, today these speakers, basically, if I have an innovation that these black speakers can become red also, after 10 minutes it will again become brown, right? It will be an great innovation, right? Maybe, but it should be marketable. People should be able to use it, right? People should be able to use it, and it should be able to generate a revenue for me to finance this project, to make a speaker which will change colors, right? So right now, I mean, what he said was exactly that. Basically, in the city, so many things you want to do. I mean, whether people are ready for it or not, whether everything is required or not. No, it's not. It's probably not required. So some aspects which are today more marketable, more useful for the people, if they are used in multiple cities, they will be more easily financeable because they'll have users and they'll generate returns.
Okay. Thank you. I want to open up the floor for questions now from the students, especially, and also from faculty. I see one hand up, two hands up, three hands up. So we'll go there first. And I assume that this will be for the panel members. Abhay, you want this?
You can share this.
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, sir. My name is Lavanya. I'm a JSLS student, and I'm actually taking Professor Ram's elective on digital public infrastructure. And because Atul sir was talking about the imbalance that the telecommunication industry has seen since the advent of Reliance Jio, that got me thinking about eSIMs. And I wanted to ask you, how has the advent of eSIMs changed the telecommunications industry, or if it has had any impact as such in India particularly?
I am using an eSIM, but frankly speaking, in terms of significant impact on user, I don't see much. They are slightly more secure. They cannot be hacked. That's the way it's positioned. But other than that, we are using eSIMs more on equipments. In fact, I mean, since my company is into telecom infrastructure space, and we put in, we monitor, we have a NOC, Network Operating Center, wherein we monitor the performance. So the same switch we put in the equipments there to see if say the diesel generator is running or the equipment is radiating. They are eSIMs, but in terms of, I mean, it's not a massive innovation that way. I mean, that it has changed the rules of the game. I mean, as far as my knowledge goes, I don't know if Amit can supplement. So it's a step forward basically to make it more secure, and it makes the handset providers' job slightly easy, that they have to put only one slot. Other slot is eSIM, which is not required to be provided there. Thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Priyanka. I'm second year student at BCom Honors. So my question is also for you. In India, currently we are discussing about 5G and 6G networks, and we are also aiming for 7G and 8G like Norway and Netherlands. But in rural India, they're not even able to make proper calls. There is no proper network. So don't you think it should be a priority to develop the network there rather than, focusing on 7G, 8G or something like that? And do you think, bringing that equality in India all over 100% is possible? Don't you think there's a disparity in, rural India and top cities in terms of Mbps and network?
So there will always be a disparity because the things will be better where there are users, right? So if in Delhi you have a very swanky mall, that swanky mall cannot be there in Bastar district or in some tribal area, right? Because there might not be users. So, but I agree what you were saying, that there is no need to talk about 7G or 8G or even 6G in India. Right now, basically, the focus should be there on the rural areas so that they can also be uplifted. But what is important to understand is, superficially what you are saying is pretty good. But what has actually happened is, in India, as far as my knowledge goes and as far as the government's claim is concerned, almost 98-99% of the territory is covered. It's near 100% actually, right? It's already covered by 2G. So there can be user, may not be there. And 3G will not be there, but 2G it is already covered. And wherever it's becoming feasible business-wise, whatever NG is going, right? So, if somewhere there are more people who can use 4G, then 4G will be there or 5G will be there. So, the basic infrastructure is the same. Right now also, when you are moving from 3G to 4G or to 5G, the main towers which are radiating, they are becoming hub. They are still there. So while you require more number of radiation centers, more number of, say, towers or places where you put that machine, right, which put the radio, maybe on street lights or something, because in 5G or 6G, more number of such equipment are required. But basic equipments, the basic framework on which that whole network rests remains the same, which has already been developed. That is why in the last 2-3 years, not many large towers have been made. Only you see that some monopoles or smaller street lights wherein there are some equipments have been put in, that has happened. So it's not a worry actually. So that way the development has been reasonably balanced, in the sense that basic infrastructure wise, I think the whole country as such is ready, because rarely will you go to places where you will not find even 2G coverage. Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Rohan. I'm in my second year. I'm studying BCom. So my question is, when we talk about public-private partnership, we've seen that in the defense and the railway sector, that how the public-private partnership has benefited both in-country growth and, financing. So when we talk about it in the telecommunication sector, are we looking at the government help in terms of financing, in terms of borrowing technology through diplomatic ways, in terms of infrastructure or technology enablement in rural areas?
So this question is two parts basically. I'll answer the telecom part, and balance I think Amit will answer on the digital infrastructure. As far as telecommunication, the general mobile telephony is concerned, I think government has invested only through BSNL, right? And lately they have come to rescue Vodafone as an investor more so. So government as such has not done much as far as mobile telephony is concerned. They had a tax sort of thing, or a cess, which was deposited in something what is called USO fund, Universal Service Obligation Fund, which in turn was used in rural areas. So that was to do basically the balancing act, that even the non-remunerative areas, they also grow. So in mobile telecommunication as such, there has not been public-private partnership in general, and there has not been any necessity of it as well, thanks to Reliance, which came and then captured the market and put in a lot of money. But in terms of other digital infrastructure like smart city and all, of course, that is there. I think Amit will be in a better position to answer that. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I could put whatever name I wanted.
Okay, may I ask you to repeat your question once, please?
Hello. So my question was that when you talked about slow and steady growth, which can only be powered by government help. So when we're talking about public-private partnership, what aspect are we looking at? So we're looking at a financing aspect, a technology borrowing aspect from countries like France, Norway, through using diplomatic ways. Are we looking at an infrastructure help, or are we looking at an enablement help for all of the networks in the rural areas?
Okay. See, the thing that I mentioned about public-private partnerships, in my view, it is a combination. It is actually the innovations which are going to come from the private world, okay, and the financing which is going to come from the public sector. Why am I saying that? Again, I'll go back to the comment that I made earlier, that we see a number of innovations happening in the private sector at a much more steady speed. So the kind of things, the kind of products that people are experimenting with, the kind of technologies that private players are bringing into the market today can be leveraged towards building infrastructure at a country-wide scale. But that can only happen if those private players partner with the government to take it forward. I'll give you a very small example. Now it goes towards this whole conversation that happened about smart cities, right? And smart grid networks and power generation. Couple of days back, I read an article about power generating tiles. Somebody has invented a tile that when you step on, it generates power. So if we were to cover this entire stage with power generating tiles, and if I were to just walk around like this while I'm talking, right, it could power this entire room. Now, apply the same concept to sidewalks in a city. Can that be done without government help? It can't be. Can the government build that technology on their own? Not without the help of the person who invented it. That is where this partnership comes in, and that is where it becomes very important. So in my view, the government needs to keep their eyes open on such kind of innovations which are going to help boosting the country's economy, and then partner with those individuals who have invented those products or services for that matter, and jointly roll it out. That's what is going to give us the boost.
Thank you, sir.
I know there may be some more questions, but I wanted to, I'll be remiss if I don't talk about artificial intelligence. It'll be a shame if I miss this platform. And any kind of digital public infrastructure now has an inherent element, or whether said or unsaid, of artificial intelligence built into the digital infrastructure in place, right? And whether it is the sensor-based technologies on tiles or bricks on the house building construction activities, all these are now driven by some level of algorithm and data that is done. So my question, it may be the kind of the culminating thing. What are the challenges as it relates to security and privacy that you see as India and the world starts moving towards a more digitally connected world? And there are known problems around ethics and so on and so forth. But from your vantage point, where do you see the challenges around security and privacy as it relates to India? So I'll start with you, Ajit, maybe.
So AI as such, the way it is in India, and still I believe, and I may not be entirely wrong, and I'm not the expert in this field, but the fact of the matter is that AI is still in nascent stage in India, and in terms of AI implementation, we have been significantly behind till at least 6-8 months back, when the government has also started waking up on this, and 2-3 industrial groups have also set up shops on AI. AI in terms of privacy and security, I see it's more about, first of all, AI and cybersecurity are typically, other than the fact that AI can also be used in cybersecurity, they are typically, most of the time they work in opposite directions. They are typically against each other. So the more intelligent the machine is, the more prone you are to be hacked, right? So in India, I believe, it's more about ethics, more about responsibility. I'll not talk about the rollout challenges or user challenges, because in general, I haven't come across a place wherein somebody wanted to utilize AI and has not been able to use. In access control and all, now in airports you see so many things. DigiYatra is there and others. But my daughter, who is in cybersecurity, she had come a few months back. She works in Australia, so she was very averse to giving her photograph in DigiYatra, and the reason was that she had read somewhere, and she, based on her her experience, she felt that in terms of security, there might be an issue if your photograph and Aadhaar, everything is there on public platform. So I don't know if the government has taken adequate measures to do that, so I will not comment on that. But I think in general, with Aadhaar being so widely used, I think security infrastructure should be made more robust, at least in India, if it has not been done already. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, artificial intelligence is today at a stage in India that I would compare with the shiny toy syndrome. It's the new shiny toy in the market. Everybody wants it. Nobody understands it. But they see it, it shines, so I want it, right? Again, it goes back to a very fundamental question: what is the problem you're trying to solve, right? Are you blindly trying to apply artificial intelligence to everything that you see, right? Like a child who has a hammer in his hand, everything needs hammering, right? It's a similar story. Now, the problem with artificial intelligence is that it consumes a humongous amount of data. In order to be accurate, in order to give you accurate output, it needs fuel. That fuel is data. There lies the challenge. The challenge is that in order to provide all that data, data privacy becomes a huge question mark. So today, when you go onto Facebook and you see very targeted ads, sometimes some people may start to think, why am I getting all these ads today? That's the artificial intelligence algorithm at work. It looks at every aspect of what you're doing, what your activity has been on Facebook, what you're searching for, what kind of videos you're watching, what kind of posts you're making, right down to what kind of photographs you're posting. So eventually it may just turn around and tell you that for the last so many years, during this season, you've been to Goa so many times. Would you like to book tickets, or would you like to buy certain products for your beach vacation? Right? That is where people will start questioning how much information is too much information. I think the larger question is not about security. It's a very important aspect of it, but equally important is privacy. How much do I want an artificial intelligence program to invade my life? But unfortunately, because right now it is at that shiny toy syndrome stage, nobody really has the answer.
Thank you. I think that's a definite note of caution. Whenever you're thinking about digital infrastructure, digital means you are going to be collecting data in one form or the other, whether it is the government collecting it or the private parties collecting it. You are going to deal with humongous amount of data, and that's unavoidable. And so we just need to be on the cautious side to make sure that there is a element of individual privacy and collective societal privacy that comes into play. And some communities across the globe have taken a much more stronger view of it than the Indian community has. But that again probably points back to the culture in terms of what India accepts as okay. And one of the earlier speakers talked about how much control. I don't need a clip. I'm watching it. So how many, whether the control, whether we are very lackadaisical about the whole aspect of compliance and control or not, I think that's something that we have to continue to debate. So one last question I have. Just give me a one-word answer on this for both of you. This whole concept of the Viksit Bharat or the developed country in 2047, on a scale of 1 to 10, according to you, in 2047, so you project yourself to 2047, do you think India will be a developed country in whatever measure, macroeconomic factors or technological factors or human development index factors? Do you think India will be considered as a developed nation on a scale of 1 to 10? On a scale of 1 to 10, where do you think India will be?
So one word answer is 6.
Good. How about you, sir?
I would cautiously say 6 or 7. Yeah.
With that very positive note, I think we'll come to the end of this session. And thank you to our esteemed panelists, and for those of you listening in without the use of cell phones. And those of you with the cell phones, so be it. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the very fruitful and insightful discussion. I now invite Professor Hemant Manoj to hand over the memento as a commemoration. Sorry? Okay, I'm sorry. Professor Hemant Manoj, as a commemoration to Dr. Ajit Shankar on behalf of OP Jindal Global University. I now invite Professor Alok to hand over the memento as a commemoration to Mr. Amit Chitnis on behalf of the university. Now I request Professor Hemant to hand over the memento to Professor Ramachandran. Students here who are here for the quiz are requested to stay back.
Yeah. So I think you have a quiz and a poster competition here. So probably Professor Kranti will take over. Is she around?